around 300. Introducing.
Two, 1, 2, 3, 4.
research is required. That's why paleontology is such an exciting science. It's like we're always learning new things all the time. To mount the skeleton. Really, really cool. Well, hello, everybody.
And gratitude, thank you very much to the 100 bits.
And welcome to Paleontologizing.
And gratitude.
It's great to have you here.
Very much to the 100 bits.
Thank you, Science Streams, for those 100 bits, and thank you, Portugasque, for the 100 more. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. We're gonna have a fun stream today. I'm so glad you could be here.
Well spent.
Indeed, your 50,000 a year. Love you too, Science Streams. Thank you so much, Balint. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you so much for your support. We've got a hype train going already. That's incredible. You know what happens if we manage to get to a level 5 hype train. I'll play some ukulele songs. We'll see if we get there. But, in the meantime, welcome to the channel.
Step guide to becoming a fossil.
Oh, what's
Step
this?
1, die.
It's a little bleak. Thank you, PDOM12, for the 14 months of support. Really appreciate that. Welcome back, PDOM. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Paleontologizing. If anybody is new here, whether you're watching this live, or whether you're watching the VOD later, or whether you're watching on the old YouTube, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. As you can probably guess, looking at my office here, I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I work on dinosaurs. I dig them up in the field with various institutions and museums across the western U.S. I study dinosaurs, I illustrate them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and now, maybe, some would say the most important part of my job, I talk about dinosaurs with the general public. That's what paleontologizing is all about. Trying to give you an inside peek into how fossil science works, trying to give you some idea of the importance of understanding our history on this planet, the remarkable history of life on our incredible, astounding Earth, and what it means for your everyday life, too. This isn't just some rote memorization of facts. This isn't science as some kind of dusty old textbook on a bookshelf. This is science as it can enrich and inform your life today, give you a better appreciation for the world around you. This is Paleontologizing. Welcome. Yeah. On today's stream, we're going to be talking a lot about Triceratops in preparation for tomorrow. On the 3D printer right now, I've got some of, hopefully, the last pieces of our baby Triceratops skeleton that we're going to be assembling on tomorrow's stream, and depending on how long it takes, maybe on Wednesday's stream as well. We'll see how long it takes. How many fascinating rabbit holes we find ourselves falling into. But, yeah, I've got 3 skull elements right here. A post-orbital horn, the vomers, and part of the, like, palate, upper palate of the skull. You know, like the roof of the mouth. And then I've got the brain case printing back there, too. I failed to print those, apparently, when I was doing my, doing my review of all the printed parts yesterday. And we're printing this right here. A baby Triceratops skeleton. Whoop. No, that's not that. Be gone. There we go. That's how I calibrate the 2 different cameras to make sure that the color balance is similar, and I forgot to hide that part of it. Anyway, this is our baby Triceratops skeleton. It is going to be... Oh, I'm so excited about this. It's going to be a wonderful addition to the office here. It's going to go right up there on top of the bookcase. Oh, I can't wait. Triceratops is one of my most favorite of dinosaurs. And, oh man, it's going to be wonderful. But anyway, before we get to any of that stuff, Let's do as tradition demands. Let's scroll up to the top of chat. We'll see who's here, and we will say hello. Science Streams was first today. How are you doing, Balint? No baby yet, but holy cow. So, Balint and Lita, who both make up Science Streams, which you 100% should follow them right now if you're not yet doing so. Go follow Science Streams. Fellow scientists here on Twitch, their whole purpose here is to teach you about science and give you a better appreciation for how science can enhance your life. Yeah. I sound like some sort of televangelist or something. Go follow them. It's a very chill stream. You'll like it a lot. They're really cool, and they will 100% be super excited to see you there in chat. Go follow Science Streams. They're expecting their first baby. They're going to be parents, Balint and Lita. And that's like any day now. So, Science Streams, I'm excited and nervous for you, but you're going to do great. Instinct is going to kick in just like it's done for all of our ancestors going back hundreds of millions of years. You two are going to be great parents, Balint and Lita, and I'm... Oh, man. I can't wait for you. That's so exciting. Ari Axis, how are you doing? Welcome back. Howdy, howdy. Portugasque, hi to you too. Thank you, anonymous gifter there. I appreciate that immensely. Thank you very, very much. You are as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate you. Martin Hoke, enjoy that gift sub. Golganek, how are you doing? Howdy, howdy, Golganek. Hope you had a great weekend. It's good to see you. Origin TT, howdy, howdy. Hope all is well. And Meter Preeter Session. How's everybody doing today? I'm doing quite well. Better now that you're here, Meter Preeter. Great to see you. I'm glad you could join us. And I'm glad you're excited for the Triceratops build, Origin TT. That is going to be... oh, I'm so excited for this. I hope we have a really good stream tomorrow, and it translates well into a YouTube video. That would be a lot of fun. By the way, if anybody is not yet following Paleontologizing on YouTube, I'm doing my darndest to post every single VOD to YouTube. It takes some work, but we're getting it done. So check that out. Yeah. Who else have we got? Lenina. Good afternoon to you too, Lenina. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Maddie Holmes, hi to you. How are you doing, Maddie Holmes? I feel like maybe it's been a while. I hope you've been doing well. Let's see. Christy S. Howdy, howdy. Birds are dead on. I dig that bird with its long, silly legs. Banyarola. How are you doing, Banyarola? Welcome, welcome. Making my way down through chat. And Victorious, hello to you. I'm glad you're here. We'll probably be talking about the Triceratops Torosaurus controversy today. Yeah, I've got a take on this. Yeah. Stay tuned. Dr. Javasaurus, it's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here, Javasaurus. I always appreciate your input and your viewership, so I'm really glad that you're here. Procyan, hello to you. Glad you could make it. And Layer T, what's shaking with you? Glad to have you here. And your project's... Oh, no, Dr. Javasaurus, That is a problem all too common in science. And honestly, the people in charge of the money... Oh, man. If only we could have their salaries to be put into research and discovery, fieldwork, and, gaining knowledge about the natural world instead of, lining the pockets of bureaucrats. The world would be a better place. Don't get me started on that, And Andy Then Did, how are you doing? Welcome, Andy Then Did. Great to see ya. 3D Prema, how are you doing? Hope you enjoyed the opener video there, the welcome video. It's been a while since I've showed that one. Not welcome video, cold open video. The welcome videos are the ones that have previously recorded, Danny. And Dinosaur Dave, probably the last stream I'll be catching for a while. Thanks for telling us, Dinosaur Dave. Danny, you were awesome. Oh, Dinosaur Dave. I might be able to tune in once in a while now and again, but not too much. 2023 is kicking your butt, so I'm so sorry to hear that, Dinosaur Dave. I'll be lurking in this one while I pack. Have an awesome stream. Oh, Dinosaur Dave, I really appreciate your viewership, your patronage, everything, Dinosaur Dave. I hope things align so that you can be able to kick 2023's butt very, very soon, Dinosaur Dave. I hope you get your second wind and things get better for you. That's tough. But yeah, Dinosaur Dave, I know it's... If you still want to catch the VODs, I'll be posting all of those to YouTube. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that helps at all, but I want you to know, Dinosaur Dave, I appreciate you. We all appreciate you. Thank you for everything that you do. I hope things improve for you. Drucifer is here. How you doing, Drucifer? Hello, hello. Let's see. It's scene related, says Dr. Javasaurus for the... Hang on, we'll test that hypothesis in a minute. Let me get down to the bottom of chat first. Let's see. Martin Hoke, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome, Martin. So glad you got that gift sub from that mysterious, generous, anonymous gifter. Zelok, hello to you too. Welcome, welcome, Zelok. Hope all is well. Yeah. And, Zelok, heard about the T-Rex as primate intelligence news story? We talked all about that right when it came out, Zelok. Let me direct you to the YouTube video, because this should be a link that will... And there's my playlist. There we go. Yeah. There, let's turn the volume down there. But I talked about this just a little while ago. It was right when that paper came out. Know that there are major, major problems with that paper. Where did it go? Here's the author of the paper there. And, yeah, anyway, we go into this in... Well, I don't know how much detail, but if you'd like my take on it, there's the long-form video right there. So check it out. Yeah. Yeah. You'll be a little quiet today, but you'll be watching. Is it a holiday for you, the Lenina? I hope it is. I forgot today. But today is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Yeah, and so many of us in these United States have the day off today. It's a federal holiday. And, I don't have the day off. And even if I did, well, if I were working a full-time job still and doing this, well, you know I would be doing this today. So anyway, it's great to see everybody here, and I'm so glad you could join me. It's gonna be a good stream. It's gonna be a good stream. We've got lots of cool stuff to look forward to tomorrow. But yeah. We went into more detail than she did, says Jody Fish. Don't say that. Oh, no. Oh, boy. Yeah, that paper is something else, you know? If you're gonna be writing a paper about dinosaurs, maybe have a dinosaur person as a co-author, you know? It's, yeah. Anyway, I'm looking very red here again. I think the camera probably, for whatever reason, OBS will reset things here. And so I'm gonna try and adjust our properties on the camera. Let's configure that video. And that's a little bit better. Okay. And let's also try this right here. Let me know, does my audio sound different here? Did something change? I did have an OBS. Oh, I see what happened here. Okay. Let's do an experiment under controlled conditions here. I've turned the music off. Right now, people said that it sounded watery or underwater or something like that. I think it might be because when I updated OBS, it rejiggered some of the settings here. We might be getting audio through this camera. So let me go ahead and
Hold on to your butts.
let's try and turn that off. Is it better now? Let me know. Have we solved this problem? Yeah! All right. Very nice. You know, tech support and tech troubleshooting holds a lot of things in common with science, you know? You've got to try and control for variables, you've got to try and isolate what's changed. There's a lot in common there between, you know, tech troubleshooting and the scientific method. So there we go. Yeah. And Cerebrofart, I just turned off the volume on this camera. It turns out this webcam, which before I had set to never record audio or give audio output or anything, but with the OBS update that I did over the weekend, it started outputting audio. And I didn't realize that until these wonderful members of chat told me about it. So thank you for your input. It's that kind of thing that, you know, helps the stream run smoothly. So I appreciate that. Yeah. Ironheart says better. Welcome, Ironheart. Good to have you here. And Golganek says, we are Gucky. We are Gucky. That sounds gross, Golganek. Ugh. Yeah. It's almost like it's called computer science, says Indrak DS. There you go. Almost, huh? Yeah. Freelancer says, what view did they have about dinosaurs during Martin Luther King's time? Oh, shoot. That's the thing, Freelancer, is that Martin Luther King time should have been today. You know, there was a thing that I just saw recently, and it was like, yeah, Martin Luther King was born like 5 years after Joe Biden, or something like that. It's like, if he had not been killed in cold blood, you know, he would still be a figure around today, and he wouldn't even be that old. So, yeah, it's a Dr. Martin Luther King's time should be today. That was not that long ago. Sure, some of that footage is in black and white, but, you know, that's like within the like living memory of many of your parents, or maybe some of you watching. Remember seeing him on TV when you were growing up. I mean, so yeah. I'm not gonna go into detail about how people in power in this country wanted him dead, but they did. And to see some of those people turn around today and go like, oh, we're celebrating his life and his legacy and everything. It's like, no, the institutions that you belong to wanted to kill him, and in some cases tried to kill him. Maybe may have succeeded. So, yeah, anyway, we're not going to go into that right now. This is a broadcast about paleontology. So, let's make with the paleontology, shall we? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Trekners has found a glass blower that makes huge, detailed, beautiful glass dinosaurs. Unfortunately, they're in Jurassic Park style. If you have a link, Treknerd, I'd love to see that, actually. Yeah. And Martin Luther King would be 93 years old today. Oh, well, shoot. Okay, never mind. He's not younger than Joe Biden. At least I don't think so. No, Biden's like... It's like in his latest 70s, right? Anyway. Stick to subjects that can't be carbon dated. There you go, Jody Fish. Yeah, Pleistocene, forget it. Basura. Afuera. Out of here. Yeah. Kodali says Arizona fought against recognizing the first MLK Day. That was John McCain who did that, Kodali. Yeah. I know that story. Anyway, Let's get to the paleontology here. Yeah. My question was, did they view dinosaurs as something different than today, says Freelancer. You mean back in the 1960s and 70s? I guess 1960s. Yeah, sure. Speaking of baby Triceratops, I can actually show you a depiction of baby Triceratops from the 1960s, which is fairly prescient, actually. Let's see here. I think this might do it. Here we go. This is actually on the Disneyland Railroad in Disneyland in Anaheim, California. And, yeah, the effects that you're about to see were first, I guess, shown off in 1964 at the New York World's Fair. But these dioramas can be seen today. So this is kind of a nice time capsule to show you, like, depictions of dinosaurs from the 1960s. And it also includes some baby Triceratops. So let's take a look at that. Yeah. Anyway, Grand Canyon. These are all static dioramas here.
That was the Grand Canyon as we know it today.
Here, let me go back a titch and we'll turn up the volume. There we go.
That was the Grand Canyon as we know it today. But it wasn't always this way. Now, let's travel back in time, way back in time, to the fantastic past of the primeval world, land of the dinosaurs.
Audio is not great in this, but, yeah, here we have some Edaphosaurus here. These right here, pause, are not dinosaurs. These are pelycosaurs. They're a type of synapsid. They're basically like weird proto-mammals. These guys are more closely related to you and me than they are to any dinosaurs. And they lived long before the dinosaurs did. Like the early Permian period. So like a solid 50 million years before the dinosaurs first evolved. Yeah. Whoop, no, shoot. I clicked the wrong spot. Here we go. Edaphosaurus. Yeah. And yeah, they are, so they lived at the same time as Dimetrodon, Jodyfish. Edaphosaurus was probably preyed upon by Dimetrodon. In fact, let's see. Yeah, Edaphosaurus right here. And Dimetrodon. Here's a Dimetrodon attacking an Edaphosaurus. They actually lived at the same time. And Dimetrodon may well have eaten Edaphosaurus. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if there's another image we can find out. Yeah, this is probably the best we're gonna do. But there's a Dimetrodon going after an Edaphosaurus right there. So yeah. Yeah. Synapsids, honorary dinosaurs. Don't even say that. They're honorary mammals, Caravan. Honorary mammals. There's no such thing as an honorary dinosaur. Dinosaurs are a particular clade, and I will defend their exclusivity. You know, as a non-honorary, as an official mammal, I will defend the exclusivity of Dinosauria. They must have had huge who's got the biggest sale battles. I mean, shoot, it does raise the question. Not beg the question. That's a different thing. It raises the question. Raises the question. Why did both of these creatures evolve dorsal sails like this? What's going on? Edaphosaurus, a plant eater, and Dimetrodon, a meat eater. Look at those teeth. Why would they both evolve a similar structure like that in the same environment at the same time? I think we still don't really have a great grasp on what's going on with these animals. So, they couldn't sweat. Next question. Well, but lots of other animals in that environment couldn't sweat, Dr. Javasaurus. Some of them got bigger than these guys, I think. So, yeah, is it just for heat dissipation? You were just joking. Okay, good. Sibeliusaurus says it was the style at the time. Yeah, there you... See, Sibeliusaurus knows what's up. Yeah. So I tied an onion to my belt, which was the style at the time. And Victoria says, don't attempt to eat me. I'm a dangerous predator like you. Okay, point taken, Victorious. I won't try and eat you. Calm down. Just kidding. But yeah. Anyway, the onion thing, some of you are wondering. Yeah. Oh, boy. If any of you have Simpsons reference on your bingo card for today, then, here you go.
Can't bust heads like we used to, but we have our ways.
Oh, you got it.
One trick is to tell them stories that don't go anywhere. Like the time I caught the ferry over to Shelbyville, I needed a new heel for my shoe. So, I decided to go to Morganville, which is what they call Shelbyville in those days. So I tied an onion to my belt, which was the style at the time. Now, to take the ferry cost a nickel, and in those days, nickels had pictures of bumblebees on them. Give me 5 bees for a quarter, you'd say. Now, where were we? Oh, yeah. The important thing was that I had an onion on my belt, which was the style at the time. They didn't have white onions, because of the war. The only thing you could get was those big yellow ones.
So could it be that pelycosaurs like our Edaphosaurus and our Dimetrodon had sails on their backs because that was the style at the time? I mean, I don't know how you'd go about testing that hypothesis, but it's certainly an idea, you know? Yeah. And ProScience says we had to ration all the white onions. Were you there, ProScience? I didn't know you were of such advanced age, ProScience. My goodness. Respect. But anyway, yeah. Oso Vagabundo. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Welcome to the channel. Classic Simpsons indeed. That's maybe my favorite episode of all time. It's so good.
Prehistoric horrors. What's all this archaic anatomy?
We've got an amazing 70 million year old.
Thank you, Feist. Uh-oh, watch that kid. Get that kid out of there. Ah! Feist, thank you so much for the 22 months of support. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. This is not... You know, that's a lot. It counts for a lot. I want you to know that. This is my full-time job nowadays, and it's because of wonderful people like you, Feist. So thank you for helping keep me here on the air. It's, in a very real, literal way, that puts food on my table, and I appreciate it tremendously. So thank you, Feist. Yeah. But yeah. And welcome to you, Oso Vagabundo. Says hello from Asheville. Asheville. Osavago, is that Asheville, Oregon, or is that Asheville, North Carolina? Or there's probably plenty of other Ashvilles, given the prevalence of fire in our modern world. Ozovaga. North Carolina, well. Welcome to Paleontologizing, and and greetings from the beautiful, sunny right now, San Francisco Bay Area. We've been having a lot of rain lately, as you've probably seen on the news, if you have time to watch the news. Honestly, who watches the news anymore? Anyway, it's sunny right now. I'm enjoying well, I would be outside enjoying a break in the rain, but instead I'm talking to you about fossils. And, I don't even know how we got on this tangent, but we're talking about pelycosaurs. These critters that lived before the dinosaurs. These guys are actually more closely related to you and me than they are to dinosaurs. These are related to the ancestors of mammals. So they lived before the dinosaurs, and they're way closer to our ancestors than they are to the ancestors of dinosaurs. So yeah. Anyway,
Will you dig up dinosaurs?
Wow.
Try to.
and holy cow, Mermaid Serenade.
Traders want to know what it's like.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing, Mermaid Serenade? How was your stream? What's shaking? Welcome to the channel. Yeah. Were you serenading your chat, Mermaid? With songs? What were you up to? You're doing something called art, it seems.
Surely,
Well,
one of the most remarkable animals that have ever existed.
is what?
Certainly, one of the
Say
most
it.
famous
What is it?
is a dinosaur.
A dinosaur. That's.
Paleobirds are dinos. 3 paleobirds are dinos. 2
Thank you, Origin TT, for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that. Dinosaurs are one of the main things we talk about on this channel because I am a dinosaur paleontologist. I study dinosaurs. I dig them up with various museums across the American West, which I'll be doing live on stream this summer. That's the plan anyway. And yeah, be streaming some dinosaur digs live this summer, maybe even earlier. We'll have to see. But yeah, I'm Danny Anduza. If you've got questions about dinosaurs, you are in the right place, and I'm so glad you're here. Mermaid Serenade, can we get another shout out for you, please? Moderators, can you see to that? I'd appreciate it. And I hope you had a wonderful stream. And Mermaid says, I'm good, how are you? Stream was great. That's excellent to hear. Finished a painting. What did you paint? If you don't mind my prying questions, Mermaid. Yeah. And a Rap Poker says, I had to manually get here. Well, I appreciate that you did, Rap Poker. Thank you very much. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Did the raid not work? What happened, Rap Poker? Or did you get here of your own accord, independent of Mermaid? We'll see. Yeah. And Bob Zors says, what do you call a group of dinos singing? Well, given that most dinosaurs today living are birds, and a flock of birds is, well, a group of birds is called a flock, I'd say a flock. But what's the punchline to the joke, Bob Zors? A tyrannochorus. There you go. I appreciate you, Bob Zors. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. I should have known that one. I've heard a lot of dinosaur jokes over the years, and I'm sure I've heard that one before, and it slipped my mind. Knowledge of that has been pushed out by, well, shoot, I don't know, maybe Triceratops skeletal anatomy. Right now we are, oh, it's done. Oh, boy. We're 3D printing. There's the 3D printer right there. A baby Triceratops skeleton. It's gonna look like this. We'll be assembling that tomorrow live on stream. So, make sure you're here for that if you'd like to see it. Thank you, Kraken Scrabble, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're gonna have a beautiful Triceratops skeleton. Gonna put it right up there on top of the bookcase, right next to our juvenile Tyrannosaurus skeleton. That's a baby T-Rex right there. We're gonna have a baby Triceratops. It's gonna be wonderful. So we'll be assembling this live on stream tomorrow. I've got a whole box, 2 boxes actually, full of different parts. I still need to do a little bit of work. Here's the sacrum right here, sacral vertebrae. Here are 2 hands. It's like tenting its fingers, right? Let me pull those apart. Here are 2 hands of our baby Triceratops. Oops. There they go. They go like that. Right and left. And then a lot of other individual bones here. Here is the right ilium. Ilium is one of the big hip bones. Right there. We'll be assembling all of these live on stream tomorrow. So I hope you will be here. Not only will you learn about the bones of Triceratops, it's going to look like this. You will also learn a tremendous amount about your own bones. Because here's the thing. Triceratops and other dinosaurs have almost all of the same bones that you have in your body right now as you are watching. We call this idea homology. We actually share a common ancestor. We, as human beings, share a common ancestor with dinosaurs. If you go back about... oh, shoot. How long ago? Let's check. It's hundreds of millions of years ago. But, let's see if we can figure that out. Birds, right here. Come on, load, please. This site's always a little bit finicky, but there's our birds. Yep, and birds are themselves living dinosaurs. And so if we can find, well, shoot, maybe I can even find Triceratops if we get lucky. Ceratopsians, there we go, extinct. Like Triceratops right there. And there's humans. Well, shoot. We are 64 millionth cousins, 87 million times removed. And we share a common ancestor about 325 million years ago. But that is close enough in time that we have a tremendous number of similarities in our skeletons. Yes, you've got to go back 325 million years ago to get to the point at which our 2 lineages share an ancestor. The common ancestor of humans and Triceratops looks something like this. Little lizardy guy. This is like Hylonomus or something like that. Little amniote ancestor. Shortly after vertebrate animals came up onto land after they evolved from fishes. But anyway, yeah. This critter, if you look at its anatomy, it shares a lot of bones with Triceratops and with humans. And, yeah. That's how we got a lot of the features like our 5-fingered hand, which we'll be talking about in just a few minutes here on stream too. So yeah. That's super interesting, says Awkward Cyborg. Well, again, you should tune in tomorrow. As we assemble our baby Triceratops skeleton, we'll be talking about each of these different bones, where those bones can be found in your body, and how those bones first evolved, as near as we can tell. It's going to be a good time. So make sure you tune in. Yeah. So yeah. And learning about my own bones, Dr. Nick Riviera, reference incoming, Dr. Dinosaurus. We've already done a Simpsons reference. I will, as tempting as that is, Dr. Dinosaurus, I will try and resist that impulse. Anyway, we were looking at this. People were asking about, like, what was our view of dinosaurs in the 1960s. A lot of dinosaurs were thought to be swamp-bound. We now no longer think that's true. It's kind of 1960s pterosaurs here. These guys are not dinosaurs, but they're close relatives. But this is what I was trying to find, and make that bigger. There are depictions of baby Triceratops in here. This is a diorama that was put together in the 1960s. 1964, I think, is when it premiered at the New York World's Fair. And this is a depiction of Triceratops watching over their babies, which is kind of remarkable because in the 1960s, even most paleontologists kind of assumed that, like, dinosaurs did not care for their young. It would be more than 20 years later when that view is proven to be wrong. We now know that dinosaurs did care for their young in many cases, just like modern birds do. They do look like proud parents, don't they, Hojo Cat? Yes, indeed. Yeah. And it does have Yoshi's looking horns, Golganek. It kind of does. A little different. They were making the horns big and dramatic here. The funny thing is Yoshi's Strike actually had horns like that. That nose horn is still too long and too skinny. But, anyway. Yeah. These baby Triceratops, this is what I was trying to show you. Primeval World. Baby Triceratops. There we go. So the Triceratops here are not actually terrible. These babies, this is before anybody had ever found a baby Triceratops skull or any parts of a baby Triceratops. And the artists at Disney were able to put this together, and it's not that different from what a baby Triceratops actually looks like. I mean, it's chunkier, for sure. They're very cute. Yes, indeed, Origin TT, yes. Can we get a close-up somewhere? Let's see. It's tricky because, like, this is a kind of an inaccessible spot. But, oh, that might be good. There we go. Look at them. Very cute indeed. That's just baby fat, says Xenotechnic. Well, you know, they hatch from eggs, so it's a little bit different. But, yeah. Anyway, they're pretty cute. And there is a paper on a baby Triceratops skull. It's actually the same one that our baby Triceratops is based on. Let me find that for you real quick. Because I have it recorded right here. Let's grab that. Copy and paste that title. There. Paste. Open. They're going through some kind of back alley channels here. But sometimes you gotta do that in science. You've got these publishers. That's oh, there you go. Bow. Beautiful. This is a publication from, what is it, 1999? Let's see. Published 2006? Was that recently? Shoot, okay. But this is a baby Triceratops skull. We have that much of it right there. And this is still, we only have like one specimen of a baby Triceratops skull. And that is what our Triceratops here, oops, the skull there is based on. Is this specimen here. And this actually exists, like, this is just a couple miles away from where I'm sitting right now, in the San Francisco Bay Area. This is at the University of California Museum of Paleontology. There's photos of the frill right there. Squamosal, parietals, squamosal right there. And the sculpt of this baby Triceratops. It's based on that. Give me a second. Let me find the skull elements. As we often talk about on this channel, you know, paleontology, of course, is a very venerable science, and we only use the most expensive and specialized of equipment. And so here I have a tortilla bag that I'm keeping our Triceratops skull elements in.
He simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
Newsperfish, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. You know, only the finest here. There are those two parietals right here. And these are modeled after this specimen here. The artist has done a magnificent job, actually. I would maybe I would have gotten rid of that seam in the middle, because that doesn't seem to actually be here in the fossil. But the thing is, he actually, he seems to have back-aged this individual. This Triceratops is, I don't know how old, but he seems to have actually taken this backward a little bit and tried to make the specimen even younger than this. So there's a little bit of speculation there, but it's all... Yeah, as far as I can tell, this is all good stuff. Let me find the squamosals. There's a squamosal right there. So, yeah, there we are. Just like this right here. There's another left squamosal right there. Just beautiful. So, take a look at that. Yeah, really well rendered. And this is what we will be assembling tomorrow, and I'm very excited about that. So yeah. Miss Yvette says, I didn't know there was a paleo museum in San Francisco. Well, not in San Francisco, no. But in Berkeley, California. See? The San Francisco Bay Area has got several notable cities within it. Here is what's generally referred to as the Bay Area, here in red. Here in Northern California. And, ooh, that'll work. Yeah, beautiful. This is San Francisco right here in yellow. And then I live here in the East Bay. On this side of San Francisco Bay. There's Berkeley. Berkeley is where the Museum of Paleontology is up here. See where my cursor is dancing? Right there in Berkeley. Now, the University of California Museum of Paleontology is a... there's the front of the museum. It's not really a, public-facing museum. They have a couple of public-facing exhibits, but it's a university museum collections, you know? So, this is inside of a big classroom building on the University of California campus. And, yeah, they've got a few exhibits out front. Here's a Maiasaur that they have out there. A little tiny one that's about less than 3 feet long. Beautiful Maiasaur here. And they've got a big T-Rex skeleton. I've done some live streams from here before. But back behind all of that, you have got... Here we go. This is the YouTube page. We were watching this video the other day. So this guy is sitting in the back collections. You've got lots and lots and lots of these big compactors full of cabinets, which are full of drawers, which are full of fossils. So this is not really something that the general public ever gets to see. UCMP isn't a, public-facing fossil museum in the same way that the National Museum of Natural History is, or the Field Museum, or the American Museum of Natural History, or even Museum of the Rockies. It's not like that. This is inside of a big classroom building. And it's not really something that the public ever generally gets to see. If you do go walk up there, you can go look at the T-Rex skeleton out there. This is a big cast of the Wonkel Rex, an exact copy of the real thing. There's a few other things there you can see. There's a Smilodon skeleton and some other cool stuff, but generally, it's not like a public-facing museum. It is my dream as a vertebrate paleontologist and a born and bred Bay Area resident that someday I'll be able to help establish a public-facing fossil museum here in the San Francisco Bay Area. That is like my dearest wish, is that someday we will have a big fossil museum open to the public here in the San Francisco Bay Area, because that doesn't exist, which is astonishing when you think about it. This is an area, the San Francisco Bay Area, we've got 8 million people who live here. We've got an economy larger than that of Saudi Arabia. It is the, I think, first or maybe second most populous region in California, and one of the most populous regions in the United States. No public-facing fossil museum. Doesn't exist, you know? So yeah. Yeah. We 100% deserve that. And it doesn't exist, you know? And there is 100% demand for this. There's a hunger for that is not being addressed. So I used to work at UCMP at Berkeley, you know? In fact, actually, UCMP, let's search Anduza. There we go. Here is me in high school. Here's me dusting the Tyrannosaurus there. Back in, what year would this have been? I don't even know. This is when I was in high school. I worked here when I was in high school. I volunteered there. Yeah, here's me more recently. CMP newsletter. Somewhere in here, right? No, different spot. Whoop. It's gonna be one of these. There's me right there. Yeah. Open link in new tab, I guess? That didn't work. I'm big in this. Anyway, here's me there. This is on our annual open house day, talking to people about our T-Rex specimen right there. The Wonkel Rex. Yeah. There's me. Anyway, when I worked at UCMP, the woman who runs the front desk, her name is Chris. She is like maybe the beating heart of UCMP. She says she would get phone calls almost every day from parents saying, "Hey, I want to come visit the museum, the dinosaur museum with my kids. What are your hours?" And she would have to say, "Well, shoot, we're not really like a public museum. This is, you know, inside of a big classroom building. You can bring your kids here and you can see a few of the displays, but just know that it's not really that kind of museum, you know?" And the parents would go, "Well, oh, shoot. Okay, maybe we will, but do you know of any other museums where they can come and see dinosaurs here in the Bay Area?" And she'd go, "Well, no. We're your best bet for that. We're not really set up for that kind of thing, so I'm sorry." She has to have this conversation like multiple times every week. There is 100% a demand for this sort of thing, and it's just not being met. Like, so yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Bonjour to you too, Maskling. How are you doing? Welcome. Yeah, we can build it, says Westrel. I'm hoping it's someday someday, chat, we will be able to build a natural history museum, a fossil museum, in the San Francisco Bay Area. Something that is open to the public and geared toward public outreach and education. UCMP is wonderful, and I have given my heart and soul to that institution for multiple years, and you know, it's not what it's set up to do. It's not built for that, and they 100% recognize that. That's not in their mission statement. That's not what they're about, you know? We need something else here in the Bay Area. It doesn't exist. So, yeah. It would be pretty amazing, Awkward Cyborg. I agree. I agree. But yeah. The Ark Creation... Oh, Museum, Gimpleg. Oh, no. Yeah. I heard that at one point the Ark Creation Museum actually had to be closed because of flooding damage. Like, will somebody find that headline? That was... Oh, man. Yeah. Talk about a sign from God. You knuckleheads. Cut it out. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, and there's the glass... Thank you, Trek Nerd. Appreciate that. Let's open that up. And, interesting. Oh, yeah, that's not... I do wish they had, like, picked a better model here, because it's not... The nose horn is, like, in the wrong orientation, and the epis are wrong, too. The episcomosals and epiparietals. Triceratops had way more than that, and at this growth stage, they should not be that spiky. We'll be talking about this, I guess, today and tomorrow. Yeah, there's clearly a lot of artistry that went into this, but they didn't bother to, like, you know, actually talk to a paleontologist or consult some research. Like, they've got a... What is that, a photograph from, like, the 1800s right there? Of a Triceratops specimen? Yeah, that nose horn is pointed too far back, and the epis, there's not nearly enough of them. That's wrong. Shame, because it's such a beautiful thing. Anyway, thank you, Trek Nerd, for posting that. I appreciate it. Yeah. But yeah. And the horns are, they do have kind of the same swoop as Yoshi's trike horns, I guess, Golgunek, a little bit. Yeah. They seem to have only consulted Jurassic Park, and that's kind of a shame, Trek Nerd. Jurassic Park, by the way, actually, the Jurassic Park Triceratops, is, I think, based mostly on this specimen right here, which is at UCMP in Berkeley, the museum I was just talking about. Yeah. So a lot of the visual effects people from who worked on Jurassic Park were based here in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I think in large part they were consulting this Triceratops here to make the famous Triceratops scene in Jurassic Park. It bears a lot of similarities to this. And this is from the Middle Hell Creek Formation. Same time and place as Yoshi's Trike. There you go, Origin TT. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So anyway. But there... Oh my, what is this? Over on the side here. Whatever could this be? It looks like a baby Triceratops skull. And this is the same one that our Triceratops skull is based on in our Triceratops model that we will be 3D printing tomorrow. Very excited about that. So yeah. Yeah. They make a glass Deinonychus and a terrible T-Rex. I'm sorry to hear that, Trek Nerd. It's beautiful glass work. I wish they could just get the dinosaurs right, you know? Yeah. Because I can get dinosaurs right, but I can't do glass work. Like, we need to have a collaboration there. You know? Anyway. This is really cool stuff. Baby Triceratops. Can't wait. to assemble this critter tomorrow. But before we get to that, why don't we... why don't we talk a little bit about homology? So, I promise that tomorrow, when you watch the assembly of our baby Triceratops, when we talk about all these different bones going together to make a complete skeleton, that is going to be very relevant to your own life. Oh, thank you, Maskling. My goodness. Thank you for those 5 gift subs. Really, really appreciate that, Maskling.
With those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Maskling. We are now almost a third of the way to our sub goal for the day. Thanks to you, Maskling. And if any of you just received a gift sub due to the generosity of Maskling there, I sincerely hope you will thank them for that. Yeah. Thank you, Maskling, for supporting this channel, supporting science outreach here on Twitch. It means a lot to me. And I know it means a lot to those people who now will not have to watch ads for another 30 days. Thanks to you. If anybody would like to subscribe themselves, if you didn't just get a gift sub, if you think that science outreach like this is important and you want to help support it, and you want to get all of these emotes like these, and these, and these, and these, on a recurring basis, you can subscribe to the channel. That'll help keep me doing what I'm doing here. Keep this channel on the air. And you can rest easy at night knowing that you're doing your part to support science outreach in a world that needs more of it. So yeah. Anyway, with that being said, let's take a look at this right here. We were, well, shoot. With our baby Triceratops skeleton like this, which we're going to be going into great detail on tomorrow, all of these different bones are the same bones that you have in your skeleton. Right here, right now. Almost all of them. There's a few that are different. We don't have a predentary bone here because we don't have a beak. So that's one of them. But just about everything else that you see here, from the ilium, the pubis, the ischium, the femur, tibia, fibula, the metatarsals, the ulna and the radius, and the coracoids, and the scapula, and the cervical dorsal, and, well, we don't really have very many caudal vertebrae anymore. We have a few, but we as humans have lost most of our tail. Anyway, and all the bones in the skull. Shoot. The frontals, the nasals, the squamosals, and parietals, the jugals. These are bones that we have too. Why is that? Why do living creatures here on our planet right now typically have the same bones? Vertebrate animals, why have they got the same parts? Let's talk about that, shall we? Any of you right now, have you ever wondered about that? Like, why do animals have the same bones? Like, why do whales have finger bones, despite not having fingers? Why does a frog have the same bones in its skull that I have? They're just shaped differently. Maybe you didn't realize that they did, but I hope you realize that now. We'll talk about this. And Tiamat Artisans says, bring back the human tail. Some people do bring it back. There is a mutation that occurs every once in a while where people have tails again. You know, human babies have tails. Usually they're surgically removed, as I understand it, but it does happen, and it's because of our ancestry. Yes, indeed, Zalak, tetrapod inheritance is strong. Let's talk about tetrapod ancestry here with this cool video.
Around 380 million years ago, at the tail end of the Devonian period, strange creatures began to emerge from the shallow seas.
Ooh.
The Devonian is often known as the Age of Fishes, the time when things like Dunkleosteus ruled the waves. But then came a surprising transition. Some of the fishes started moving onto land.
I'm here live, I'm a cat says, something's fishy here. And you are completely correct, Cat. Yes, indeed. Something is fishy here. And it's our ancestry. Yeah!
Then came a surprising transition. Some of the fishes started moving onto land. One of the earliest of these new creatures was a tetrapod named Acanthostega. It lived about 365 million years ago, and it looked a bit like a weird mashup of a fish and a land animal. It had a tail fin shaped like an oar, short ribs that ran the length of its body, and gill bars, like a fish.
Ooh, did someone say fish? I think you might be hearing things, Fish Geek. Nobody here is talking about fish. Welcome back, Fish Geek. It's great to have you here. You will very much appreciate this discussion. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Oh, and masculine, we'll talk about that too a little bit, I think. I bet you this video will hit on that idea a little bit. So yeah.
A bit like a weird mashup of a fish and a land animal. It had a tail fin shaped like an oar, short ribs that ran the length of its body, and gill bars, like a fish.
Thank you,
But it
Golden
also had 4 limbs
for
and
gifting the
8
Fish Geek.
fingers and toes on each one.
Gift subs in the chat.
Whoa, hang on, what? I'm sorry, huh? Thank you, Golganek, for your generosity there. I appreciate you gifting the Fish Geek. But wait. How many fingers and toes did Ichthyostega have? This is an animal. Here. I see H-T-H-Y-O-S-T-E-G-A. Ichthyostega. So this is an animal that's kind of like halfway between a fish and a land-living vertebrate, what we call a tetrapod for 4-legged. But, I'm sorry, how many digits does it have? Let's take a look at this image and let's count them. Ready, everybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, what? 7, what? No, wrong button.
What?
I'm not very good at math, so let's recount here real quick, you know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. And on the front, there might even be an 8th one hiding back there too. I'm not actually sure. Let's look up Ichthyostega real quick, actually, on Wikipedia. Digits. The limbs were large compared to contemporary relatives. It had 7 digits on each hind limb. The exact number of digits on the forelimb is not yet known, since fossils of the manus or hand have not yet been found. So if you click that, polydactyly and stem tetrapods. If you'd like more information about this, and there will be really, really cool references in here that you can take a look at. There you go. For a further deep dive into this topic, there's the link in chat, though. And Darian Beagle says, I love Neil Shubin's Your Inner Fish. We are big fans of Dr. Shubin here, Darlene Beagle. And, man, the number of times I have referenced Your Inner Fish on these broadcasts, they are more than I could count on 2 hands, even if I had as many digits as Ichthyostega, you know? So, yeah.
To the global and serious game of paleontology.
Thank you, Vera Folger, for the follow. Man, the best part of waking up is Vera Folger following the channel. Something about a cup, too. Anyway, Vera Folger, really appreciate you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Welcome. So anyway, yeah, critters like Ichthyostega. Let's see. Scoot this to the side so you can see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah. 7 digits. Maybe even 8 on Ichthyostega. But yeah, here. Let's go back a little bit.
Time when things like Dunkleosteus ruled the waves. But then came a surprising transition. Some of the fishes started moving onto land. One of the earliest of these new creatures was a tetrapod named Acanthostega. It lived about 365 million years ago, and it looked a bit like a weird mashup of a fish and a land animal.
This is Acanthostega. Never mind.
Short ribs that ran the length of
So Acanthostega probably does have 8. Ichthyostega has 7. Somebody else had 6, and then we get to what we all have today. Well, what we have today as humans. Other creatures have fewer than 5 fingers, but nobody's got more than 5. Why is that? Well, let's talk about it.
Its body and gill bars.
There you go, Dinosaur Dave, yes.
But it also had 4 limbs and 8 fingers and toes on each one. Today, all mammals from humans to bats have 5 fingers or fewer.
Yep.
Yes, even whales whose finger bones are hidden in their fins. Birds and reptiles.
Whales have 5 finger bones, and she's not kidding about that. Let me show you. Whale hand skeleton. Oh, what a lovely image. Oh. Be still in my heart. This is wonderful. So here is a whale hand skeleton. Thumb, first finger, middle finger, ring finger, pinky. There you go. That's a whale. They still have fingers, despite not having discrete fingers, you know? So all of their finger bones are encased within this big fleshy paddle. Big fleshy... Is it called a fluke or a paddle in whales? Tomato, potato, it doesn't matter. What matters is that they show that same pattern there, which shows that they share a common ancestor with us, you know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. No one wants to count in base 7, says Gojira. Yeah, it would be tricky, yeah. Flippers. There you go, Gojira. Yes, flippers. Like the dolphin movie. Yeah. And the radius and the ulna. Yeah, there we go. Radius and ulna. Right there. Oh, beautiful. What a lovely representation of that. So there you go. And you can see it when you look at a skeletal reconstruction of a whale like this. Here's a harbor porpoise, which is a kind of whale. You can see the finger bones inside of that flipper. And yeah, very, very cool. Pretty neat stuff. So, yes, indeed, whales have got the same thing.
Fewer.
Yeah.
Yes, even whales whose finger bones are hidden in their fins. Birds and reptiles have 4 or fewer. And amphibians get the best of both worlds, often having 4 digits on their hands and 5 on their feet. But no species of vertebrates have more than 5 digits, let alone 8.
Yes. She means today, no species of vertebrates have more than 5 digits on their hands or their feet, let alone 8 digits on each. Why?
So how did Acanthostega manage it? And why is it that by 348 million years ago, 5 fingers and toes had become the norm among the new tetrapods? If 5 fingers and toes are good, why isn't 6 or 7 better? Can we ever get those lost digits back? The story of how and when the tetrapod...
There's one creature, there's one mammal that if you, if you're going to be really, really charitable about it, you could say that it has... I guess you could say that it has 6 fingers, or it has 4 fingers and 2 thumbs? Who would that be? Hemingway cats? Jellyfish? That's a good answer, but that's not the one I'm looking for. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not talking about polydactyly here. I'm talking about something that's like throughout the whole species. And it is indeed oh shoot, what is it called? I think Ailuropoda leucocephala, perhaps? Do I have that name correct? It's the panda bear. The panda bear has got a 6th pseudo finger, which we'll maybe talk about in a little bit. It is a like weird wrist bone that has evolved to be like a second thumb. It's really, really strange. So it's strictly speaking not actually a finger or a thumb at all. It's a weird projection that comes off of one of the wrist bones.
Did you ever, though, have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking? Never.
No, glue is cheap.
Thank you, Snowfall, for the 3 months of support. Thank you for helping me afford such sundry items as glue. I actually just reordered some glue. It should be here in a few days, because we'll probably use up the remainder of our glue on our Triceratops assembly tomorrow. So, looking forward to that. Thank you, Snowfall, for your continued support. It means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you. Yeah. Glad you could help provide glue. Thank you, Snowfall. I appreciate you. Yes, indeed. By the way, we actually had some gifts that arrived in the mail this weekend from some very generous chatters and supporters. So if any of you see either Travel the World or... We don't actually have a username for this other generous person, but, yeah, Travel the World and... Give me a second here. Somebody, if you'd like to remain anonymous, then I fully respect that. But somebody who didn't provide her username, but her name is Jasmine. To Travel the World or Jasmine, if you are here, I would like to show off what you have very generously provided to me to help me, in this endeavor for science outreach and fieldwork and everything. Let me know, okay? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Let's get back to our video. I don't want to take all day on this. So, yeah.
Pods lost their toes. If 5 fingers and toes are good, why isn't 6 or 7 better? Can we ever get those lost digits back? The story of how and when the tetrapods lost their toes is an ancient one that we're still filling in the gaps of. But it looks like it had something to do with the early tetrapod strut.
Ooh. Interessante. And Gojira eyes have a structure called a pseudo-thumb. A structure on each wrist made of bone and cartilage. We might get into that later, Gojira. Very interesting. Yeah. Claro que sí, Awkward Cyborg. Muy interesante. Sí. Alina says, you'll have something arriving later this week. I'm a dingus and mailed it on a holiday. No, you're... Lenina, my goodness. You're wonderful. And I really appreciate that. Holy cow.
The end of the Devonian was a period of dramatic changes. There were 2 mass extinction events, one at 374 million years ago, and another at 350.
Just can't catch a break. Holy cow. Wait, 2 mass extinctions? Mass extinctions are usually really, really pronounced, where it's like more than half of living things die out. And we had that many in short succession here? I mean, shoot, during the entire Mesozoic era, the age of dinosaurs, we had only 1 or 2, depending on how you count it. One at the end of the Triassic, and then one that ended the Mesozoic era, and paved the way for us mammals here 66 million years ago, when that big asteroid hit. And we've got 2 here in the Devonian? That's nuts.
One at 374 million years ago, and another at 359 million years ago, which led to losses of at least 50% of biodiversity. This would have left a lot of niches open for exploitation, which early tetrapods were able to do, in part by leaving the oceans for the land. But this would take some big changes to their bodies. They'd have to trade gills for lungs, for one thing, and a new way of breathing wasn't the only thing tetrapods would need. They would also have to develop new methods of seeing and hearing and feeding and moving. Like breathing, getting around is a problem that impacts a lot.
So why would they need to develop new methods of seeing, hearing, feeding, and moving? Anybody have any ideas about that? Why would they need to do that? Moving from water onto land. Why would you need different eyes and ears and all that other stuff? Anybody have any ideas? Cojote Brown says air is a different medium and it transmits different things better. Yes, indeed. Mayor Space says because light and sound work different in water. Indeed. Yes, absolutely. That is absolutely correct. And shoot, using the soundboard, I need to move all of the soundboard items from my keyboard onto my Stream Deck, because look what happens.
Hold on to your butts.
That belongs in a museum.
They were wrong.
Every time I do that when we're watching a YouTube video, it boots us around to different spots on the video, which I'm not trying to do. So, anyway, we're looking at a woodchuck or a marmot right here. There we go. We're in the same spot now. Good. I need to move those around. Move all of that stuff, just import it to the Stream Deck so that yeah, so that I have all the buttons here on the Stream Deck so they won't. Watch. Look, if I go to here and then sound effects. Watch, look, I'll press a soundboard button on the Stream Deck and it will not move us around in the video.
Ew!
See? The system works. It works. It works indeed. So yeah. You think a woodchuck is a marmot, which is a woodchuck? Well, woodchuck, marmot, and groundhog are often interchangeable. I think they're all the same genus, if not the same species. Woodchucks are all back east, I think, says Gojira. Well, shoot. Now we've got to check out the taxonomy of woodchucks because I spoke out of turn about mammal taxonomy. Let's look at this real quick. My first instinct is let's check Wikipedia. Woodchuck. Or you know what? Let's do groundhog first. Groundhog. There you go. Genus Marmota, species Monax. Marmota monax, also known as a woodchuck. As a rodent of the family Sciuridae, that's the squirrel family. Yeah. Belonging to the group of large ground squirrels known as marmots. So a groundhog is also known as a woodchuck, which is a species of marmot. So there you go. Yeah. I may have... Oh, shoot. Years and years ago, this would be like 2017. I actually won a bar bet about this. And I was probably way too obnoxious about it. But yeah. Groundhog. If you'd like to read more about this, here's the link. Groundhogs. So yeah. In fact, would you like to actually watch a short little video on groundhog? I have a welcome or a cold open video that features a groundhog. Let's see if I can find that real quick. I think it was... No, I don't have a Stream Deck button for it yet. It would be... Oh, it's right here. Here we go. Punxsutawney Phil is indeed a groundhog, also a marmot, also a woodchuck. Here we go.
It is
Our ancestors.
We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, We wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's... Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your
Success.
So there you go. For those of you who aren't normally here at the beginning of stream, that's one of our cold open videos that I play sometimes. I just made that back like a couple months ago. Maybe a month ago, I don't know. Anyway, that's what you're missing out on if you're not here at the beginning of stream every day. Got a bunch of different cold open videos, and yeah. Anyway, Barnacle Bum, I'm glad you enjoyed that. Yeah. I run a The Birds remake with Tradoons. There you go, Gojira. Hey, we'll see, you know? With deep fake technology, perhaps we could bring back Alfred Hitchcock and the Tradoon lady and get them to collaborate on a remake, you know? Instant class. Thank you, Golganak. You're too kind. My goodness. Anyway, let's look up on one Zoom. Thank you, Kodali. Let's look up woodchuck on here. Woodchuck. Marmota monax. There you go. It is part of the squirrel family, Scuriidae, which I think you will see reflected here. It is a kind of big old ground squirrel. So woodchuck, this is Punxsutawney Phil, who is a member of this genus and species, Marmota monax. And, yeah, there are 10 species of, I guess, marmots? I don't know. No, marmots are there. Anyway, we had yellow-bellied marmots in Yellowstone National Park and in other parts of Montana. And to me, this always sounded like the ultimate insult that, maybe you would hear from a prospector if you're jumping his claim. Tang sarn you, you yellow-bellied marmot. You know? There you go. Yeah, Marmota flaviventris. There you go. Worse than yellow-bellied sapsucker? Hojo cat, I don't know. Those are in close contention. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, these really funny critters would hang out. Well, shoot, I bet you I could find you video of, Yellowstone yellow-bellied marmot. And here's a yellow-bellied marmot yawning in Yellowstone National Park. Look at that tail. He's like showing off to somebody. He knows he's on camera, you know? He or she.
With sincere appreciation and gratitude, thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Thank you, Cape Cod Shark. What a great name, by the way, Cape Cod Shark. You've been here before, right? I appreciate you very, very much. What a great name. Yeah. Judgment 4E's 1. I'm glad you got a gift sub from Mascaling. Judgment, thank you for being here. Yeah. And now I remember you, Cape Cod Shark. I needed to see your name there in the color that it shows up in OBS. Appreciate you, Cape Cod Shark. Yeah. Thank you for your ongoing support. I see you're a recurring subscriber. That means a lot to me. It really does. Let's see. Marmot stealing food, perhaps. These guys are, yeah. Groundhog steals farmer's crops and eats it in front of his security camera. These guys are wily. They really are. Yeah. Take a look at that. Much less blurry. Oh, boy. Yeah. Really wonderful. So this is the same... This is a marmot. So this is the same family, probably the same genus, Marmota, as the, yeah. As the genus that is the critter that you see, you know, in, on Groundhog Day. We'll probably have a whole... We might talk about... Who knows? Maybe we'll talk about marmots a lot on Groundhog Day. We'll probably talk about mammals a lot. When is Groundhog Day? Groundhog Day 2023 is February 2nd. There you go. So, we'll probably talk about Mesozoic mammals on February 2nd, because why not? Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Reminds me of this video that I stumbled upon a little while ago, which I thought was really funny. For any video game people in the chat, what is this game called? Solid Snake. Something. Shoot. Video game people, what is this called? Metal Gear Solid. Thank you, Mayor of Space. Yes, indeed. Yes. Here we go.
The truth behind this country.
Uh-oh.
I'm not surprised you've never heard of them. Very few are aware of their existence, even among those with code word clearance.
Huh? Ladies and gentlemen, Punxsutawney Phil. Phil has been predicting weather for over 120 years. He is accurate 100% of the time. Only the president of the inner circle talks with Phil. Favorite drink? Need you ask? The elixir of life. It grants Phil 7 years of life.
Prior to the event today, I talked to Phil. Phil had us prepare 2 scrolls.
Wait, how did he talk to Phil? That's a beaver.
With this cane,
it's not a beaver, it's
I
a
can
marmot.
communicate with Phil.
Oh.
Politics, the military, the economy. They control it all. They even choose who becomes president. Putting it simply, the Patriots rule this country.
Shingle shaker, do you have...
Anyway, here's a link to that video, which I found very funny. Take a look at that. This is like a very well-known YouTuber, so not breaking any ground here. But yeah, anyway, enough of marmots. You know? We'll talk about marmots in less than a month. In like 2 weeks, we'll talk about marmots for Groundhog Day. So yeah, and we might do a special stream on Mesozoic mammals for that day too. Because, you know, yeah. You can see Kojima using Phil in a game. Gojira, he may have already, if that video is to be taken seriously. Let's see. Oh, anyway. Let's get rid of those tabs. And this is what... This trivial decision is what got us off on this tangent here. So, PBS Eons, whoever's editing this video, put video of a marmot right here. And that's what got us off on this whole tangent in the first place. Don't you love live broadcasts like this? You know? That's just how they go, you know? Anyway. Yeah.
Gills for lungs, for one thing. And a new way of breathing wasn't the only thing tetrapods.
A marmot hole. There you go,
They would also have to develop new methods of seeing and hearing and feeding and moving. Like breathing, getting around is a problem that impacts a lot of different parts of an animal's physiology.
Interesting.
First,
Schrodinger's
there's
donut.
Gravity. Fish
That's
don't have to
very
worry about it
interesting.
so much, being in the water. But to come on land, tetrapods needed stronger ribs and vertebrae to keep all their organs from moving around too much or collapsing. They also needed new limb supports, a more robust humerus to support the arm, and a pelvic girdle to support the legs. These are the structures that help the limbs move independently from the spine. The pelvic girdle in fish isn't attached to the vertebrae and is generally small. And we start to see changes to this with Acanthostega, which had a pelvic girdle attached to its backbone with soft tissues. But
which, this is really interesting because while it's attached with soft tissues, in the earliest of tetrapods, or fishopods, I guess, like the transition between fish and tetrapods, in tetrapod animals, we actually have the sacrum. Here's the sacrum of our baby Triceratops, which we will be assembling tomorrow. Here, you actually have the hips and the vertebrae that are fused together. So let me see if I can grab this. There we go. That should be... Where is that? Right there. Yes, indeed. You've got the ilium right here. This is the ilium, one of the hip bones, which basically fuses onto the sacrum, the vertebrae that are there in between the hips. And in tetrapods, unlike in fish, the hips actually fuse to the vertebral column like that to give them a more like steady support there. Really, really cool. So we'll be talking about this extensively tomorrow. Well, I don't know. You'll be seeing this for yourself tomorrow. I don't know how extensively we'll be talking about it. But, there you go. Yeah. And yeah, Xander Jiggles, why do these guys have, 7 or 8 fingers? talk about that in a minute, too. Yeah. Continue.
But its bones still weren't very robust, which is why some scientists doubt that it had the ability to really lift its back end off.
Oh, and holy cow, we've got Ichthyostega right there. Earlier on in this stream, we actually found the same exact figure of a fishapod right here, and we were counting its digits right there. Remember, we got to 7 right there? 7?
What?
Oh, shoot. Again, I really got to transfer those to the stream deck. Instead of the soundboard, we were right here?
Pelvic girdle attached to its backbone with
yeah.
tissues. But its bones still weren't
There we
very
go.
robust, which is why some scientists doubt that it had the ability to really lift its back end off of the ground. Living alongside Acanthostega was Ichthyostega, and it was one weird tetrapod. Ichthyostega had a more robust femur and pelvic girdle compared to its neighbor. Thanks to well-preserved skull fossils, scientists know that it had recurved teeth for hunting, and the ear region of its skull suggests that it was adapted to hearing underwater. But its hind limbs are where things get really strange. Ichthyostega had 7 digits on each one, and they were arranged in a very unusual
like we were talking about.
3 small digits extended at an angle from the other 4 larger digits, almost like it held its toes in a permanent Vulcan salute. At least 3 different fossils.
Ooh, wait. Hang on. What was that? Trek Nerd, are you still here? There we go. Trek Nerd, are your digits always held in a permanent Vulcan salute right there? Interessante. Yeah. Live long and crawl out of the sea. There you go, Gojira. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Interesting.
At least 3 different fossils show this structure, which seems to indicate that the bones were set in that position when they fossilized. They weren't moved that way by rocks or debris.
So what she's saying, they weren't moved there by rocks or debris.
When they fossilized. They weren't moved that way by rocks or debris.
So she means that's not a taphonomic process that like caused the digits to move there. Like this is like life position is basically what we're saying here. Really interesting.
Scientists think the digits must have been held that way by strong tissues in the feet.
And Xander Jiggles says Ichthyostega got it out of the water, and now I have to go to work on Mondays. Oh no, Xander Jiggles. Well, usually this is an accusation levied at an earlier fishapod named Tiktaalik. But, yeah. Anyway. Family-friendly channel. Yeah. Yeah.
To try to figure out how Ichthyostega got around, scientists created a digital 3D model of the critter and ran tests to see how its bone structure would support different forms of locomotion. They found that the bone structure of its back limbs probably meant that Ichthyostega couldn't put its feet flat on the ground, and that they were more like paddles. Some research...
And by the way, how are you doing, Moo Hoodles? Welcome back to you. I hope you had a wonderful weekend at Moo Hoodles. And you're there in Utah, right? I hope you have not been suffering under too much snow. All these systems have been moving east across California and dumping tons of rain. They're probably dumping tons of snow on you, right, Moo Hoodles? Holy cow! I hope you're doing well out there, and thank you for being here. Welcome back to Paleontologizing.
Researchers think that Ichthyostega moved its limbs in parallel. First both right limbs, then both left limbs, rather than alternating limbs like modern quadrupeds. Others think that it moved like a mud skipper, propelling its body forward using its pectoral fins, kind of like a human using crutches. We don't know whether Ichthyostega and Acanthostega had webbing around their digits, but it would make sense given that they lived in semi-aquatic environments.
Yeah.
Their locomotion was probably a mixture of swimming and some early form of walking. Things would be a lot easier if we could...
It's that warm where you are? Mahoodle, are you in, like, SLC proper or outside? Shoot, I'm glad it's warm there. Holy cow. We've been getting, like, just tons and tons of rain where I am right now on the coast. But, yeah, and Gojira says, so much snow, so tired of snow. Where, Gojira, can you give me a general idea of where you're at? Yeah, it's like 38 where I am, which is weirdly warm. That is above freezing, certainly, Moohoodles. Shoot, let me see what the temperature is where I live right now. Let's see. Because we've had some truly extraordinary... And there are a lot of... There we go. Yeah. 56 right now. Where I am. Yeah. Which, you know, that's typical January temperatures. I'm actually a little bit surprised it's not warmer. It seems a little cold. But, yeah. Anyway. Weirdly warm, says Moodoodles. Well, shoot, once this current system, there was a lot of rain last night and this morning. If that manages to not peter out by the time it reaches you, Moodoodle, as it stretches east across the U.S., you're gonna get some more rain and or snow, depending. Yeah. But yeah. Cute bush babies, Maskling. Bush babies, aren't those from Madagascar? Maskling, do you live in Madagascar, Maskling? Is that an irrelevant piece of data about bush babies? Anyway, yeah. Got rain today, says Jody Fish. Well, interesting. Oh my goodness. I really, really hope that we here on the West Coast, especially in California, are able to kind of revamp our our infrastructure before climate change really, really gets worse. And shoot, what was her name? Let's see. That's what I need to look for. Jones. Here we go. Shoot. That's not it. Where is this? It's a long video, but here in California, especially in Southern California, if we have anybody watching in Southern California right now, particularly within the LA basin, that is an area which is at risk of earthquakes and landslides, but maybe most important and most profound of all, you need to really be on the lookout for flooding. Let's see. Here it is right here. So we have a seismologist by the name of Lucy Jones.
On your head. I think.
So she studies earthquakes and the effects of earthquakes on people, buildings collapsing, people being crushed, etc. This is her whole life. She studies this kind of thing. I study dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are my whole life. This is what I study. This is my passion in life. This is what I'm devoted to. Lucy Jones, studies earthquakes. This is her passion. This is what she is passionate about. This is what she could talk about all day for weeks, months, years on end. And here she is giving a talk about the big ones, big earthquakes in Southern California at Newport Beach Library, I think this is. But at the end of this talk, she talks about something else. She says, as much as I love earthquakes, as much as I study them, she says earthquakes are not the biggest risk to Southern California, to Los Angeles, the Los Angeles basin in particular. She says the biggest risk to that area, according to geology, according to what we have seen happen there over thousands of years in the Los Angeles basin, the biggest risk is flooding.
The San Andreas has a big earthquake once every 100, far above the. They've been maintained. Whether it's good enough, we'll find out in the earthquake.
But where is the part where she talks about?
Should I keep on going, or you guys want out? All right.
This is a wonderful talk, by the way. Here's a link. Everybody should watch this. Holy cow. Watch this while you're doing dishes, doing laundry, doing whatever.
Fracking itself does
Bookmark
not
this link right here.
Petroleum extraction often involves producing a lot of wastewater. That wastewater is often disposed of by pumping it back into the ground.
Where is the...
Pumping water into the ground sets off earthquakes. That moment. But what really is at stake here is whether or not our societies survive. Societies have been lost. Pompeii was completely lost.
Yeah, shoot.
Iceland came very close to being lost from a volcanic eruption that
Holy
knocked
cow.
out a quarter of their people. And they cannot be completely lost, but they can lose a lot. You know, the day before the 1906 earthquake in San Francisco was 5 times larger than Los Angeles.
Holy cow.
Los Angeles is now 5 times larger than San Francisco. And its biggest growth decade was the decade after 1906. People walked away and came south. And you could argue...
So, there you go. Holy cow. Watch this talk. Again, here's the link if you missed it. There you go. Really important stuff. The Earth is this planet that we live upon. This is not a dead planet. This is a planet with moving systems, tectonic systems, weather systems. You know, there are living things which live upon the crust of the Earth, which cause changes to its systems as well. We need to respect this, we need to learn about it, and we need to try and make predictions about what might happen. We need to tailor our built environment to these changing systems that are roiling beneath it. If you don't do that, you are setting yourself up for failure. Watch that video, chat. Holy cow. It will give you a new perspective on the earth beneath your feet and how it changes and how you can adapt to that. As somebody who does science communication here on Twitch 5 days a week, this is the best piece of advice that I can give you, maybe, is that there are scientists who devote our entire lives to studying these dynamic systems in the Earth. And sometimes we are crying out saying, please listen to us, understand the data, look at what we have found, make decisions based on that. And all too often people don't listen to us, you know? Here, Lucy Jones is talking about this kind of thing and doing an incredible job of it. Listen to her, you know? Shoot. Holy cow. So yeah. Yeah. And there you go, Gojira, yeah. Gojira says, humans love a bit of avoidable failure, if history is any guide. Holy cow, is that true, Gojira? Yes, absolutely. So check out that video. Yeah. And there you go, Xander Jiggles. Yeah, here in Western Oregon, we're just kind of bracing for the big one, the Juan de Fuca plate, snapping out of tension and, you know, plunging underneath the North American continental plate. It'll be neither fun nor quick to clean up. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be real bad. I mean, holy cow. Oh boy, yeah, it's lovely. When I searched 1989 on YouTube, 1989 California earthquake is the second result to come up. This is the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake in the San Francisco Bay Area. The quake of 89. Here's like closed caption footage. Or, excuse me, closed circuit television footage of that happening. I mean, holy cow, yeah. The Bay Bridge, that's the Bay Bridge right there. Part of it collapsed. There's amateur video right there. Shoot, holy cow, right there, there's a break in the Bay Bridge. You know, geological forces like this are not something to be ignored, you know? And there's a, holy cow, there's a car going down, plunging down into this bridge. Just gone. Watch that again. Watch right here. Geology is something that you need to respect and understand. Holy cow. Oh, man. Look at that. Holy moly. And there were a lot of fires and collapsed structures in San Francisco and Oakland. There was a whole freeway that collapsed in Oakland and killed, I don't know how many people. Yeah. Anyway, we're not going to dwell on this too much, but just let this... Hopefully I can instill this idea into your head that geology, the forces inherent in this earth that we live on are really important to understand. And as a paleontologist, this is something that I deal with. Shoot. You know, one of my colleagues was just talking about this today on the Bird website. Here we go. Bobby Bosenecker. There it is right there. Yeah. Was talking about this. So, due to our current rains here in California, here is a road that is completely collapsed like that because of the torrential rains that we've been having. This is somebody on a mountain bike who's managed to make their way to this and then take some photographs. Just destroyed. You could not drive your Ford F950 over this. You know, oh man, you'd be a goner. This is Glenwood Drive in Scotts Valley. Credit Jim Owens. Hashtag California Storms. But then my colleague Bobby Bosenecker, renowned paleontologist, had something to say about this. It says, for those curious, most of this drainage incises into the upper Miocene. Miocene is a geologic time period, or it's a stage, I guess, in the Cenozoic. The Santa Margarita sandstone, a richly fossiliferous and also extremely friable. Friable means the stuff breaks apart really easily. It's not solid, it just comes apart really readily. An extremely friable rock unit. Bobby puts rock in quotation marks. Rock. Because it is so... rock unit. It's basically lightly compacted beach sand. You can easily screen through it for shark teeth. So Bobby is familiar with this stuff. And this is what the Department of Transportation actually built roads over. Again, if you were in consultation with a geologist or even a paleontologist, you would not have done this. You know? Oh, boy. All it takes is some particularly bad rainstorms, and then the whole thing collapses. Think how long this area is going to be closed off and under construction for. You know? Oh, boy. Because they did not consult a geologist or a paleontologist here. You know? Yeah, indeed, Golganek and Miss Yvette. Just... why? Why? You know? Jody Fish, they should have put like a steel structure underneath to help support this, because they should have basically built a bridge here, because what's underneath here could not support that weight. This is why it is really important. Why it is vitally important. Vitally important to study geology and to understand how these systems work, so you don't have stuff like this happening, you know? Yeah. Dinosaur Dave says, to the many people who think they know it all and just figure it'll be fine, here you go. Yeah. Oh, boy. Yeah. And Gojira, you are absolutely true about that. Yeah, public works guys do have a hard life. I would like to live in a world where they don't have as hard a life, Gojira. Where public works has more funding, and there are geologists and geologists working on every project who could say, yeah, shoot, you've got a major drainage right there, and this is all unconsolidated sandstone underneath. Like, shoot, you need to build a bridge here. Not just a road, but a bridge, you know? Then you wouldn't have situations like this. This is not the fault of public works. This is like an entire system that is short-sighted and you know, built around cutting costs. How expensive is this going to be to rebuild? You know? They could have saved so much money at the beginning from just hiring a geologist and consulting, paying their public works people like more to be able to build this correctly in the first place. Just ridiculous, you know? Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, you're right, Gojira. Yeah. Yeah. And Awkward Cyborg says in Europe, it's mandatory to include a geological study in all these projects. I bet you that was not mandatory here. Awkward Cyborg. No, things are different here in the States. Everything's for profit, everything's for sale, you know? Oh, boy. Ugh. Being in an Ayn Rand dystopia. There's... Goodyear says, that's a problem for tomorrow's local government. I will be an ex-governor by then. Goodyear, yeah, those ex-governors should be made to answer for their crimes. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Dr. Javasaurus. Oh, boy, yes. I was elected to lead, not to lead. Or other way around, sorry. Anyway, Dr. Javasaurus, I get your point. Yeah. And Moose says, they are built to the specs provided by the engineering firm normally. We've used geologists since the 20s for projects in Michigan, says Moose. Well, there you go. I wish we were as advanced as you are there in the... Shoot, I was trying to recall what the, what's the nickname for Michigan? The what state? The Great Lakes state? The something state? I've got a lot of affection for the state of Michigan, Moose. I've spent a decent amount of time there. I like Michigan. The Mitten State. There you go. Is it called the Mitten State? Well, here is Michigan right here. I've spent a lot of time along this part of Michigan, actually. Along the western coast. The western coast of Michigan in my life. And I have a deep and abiding affection for that state. Beautiful. And it is the Great Lakes state. Very nice, Moose. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and then Mitten kind of like omits the UP, you know, the Upper Peninsula up there, you know. You really can't be neglecting the Upper Peninsula, you know. You will not win the hearts and the minds of the people up there, you know. You know what I'm saying? Up there in the UP. Oh, guy. Yeah. The trolls and the Yoopers. So says the Jody fish. You know, the wise Jody fish there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And you'll be moving to Michigan later this year. Very nice, Gimpleg. I hope you enjoy it. Michigan is a beautiful state. And I want to say somebody in chat was earlier mentioning Petoskey stones, which are a beautiful piece of Michigan heritage there. Michigan paleontological heritage. Holy cow. It would help if I'd spell Petoskey stones without a 3, right? Petoskey stones right here. Look at how beautiful that is. This, I think, might be the state stone of Michigan. State mineral. I don't know how these things work. But anyway, this is a fossil. And that was you, Moose? Well, holy cow. This is a beautiful Devonian fossil. These are... Shoot, back when I was still in college, these were considered genus Hexagonaria coral. These are the remains of fossil corals from the Devonian period. Around the same period where tetrapods, like our ancestors, first moved up onto land. This is from that same general era, that same general time right there. Yeah, from the Devonian. There you go, Moose. Absolutely, yes, indeed. Yes. See, what you see here is actually, these are individual animals right here. There's the coral polyp right there.
Change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, a successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
That's right, Sterain. Thank you so much for the 9 months of support. Appreciate you, Sterain. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Excellent stuff. And isn't this beautiful, Golganek? Holy cow. So this is the coral polyp right here.
Simply astonishing. One of the most singular
the same guy.
specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career. But enough about my work. What did you want to show me, Lisa?
David Trish, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. Thanks for following. This is a fossil right here. This is maybe the state stone of Michigan, called a Petoskey stone.
That gives the history of life its very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
What is your favorite Paleozoic non-vertebrate animal?
Thank you, 333, Strike a Brink, Strike a Check. Really appreciate that. Did we just have three Stephen J. Gould alerts in a row? Holy cow. I appreciate you, Strike a Check. Thank you so much for the 7 months of support. Appreciate that very, very much. Thank you. Let's see. But Strike Chick wants to know, what is your favorite Paleozoic non-vertebrate animal? Well, shoot, we're right here. You know, this is certainly close. Hexagonaria coral, which formed these beautiful Petoskey stones, which you can find in the northwest coast of Michigan. Very, very cool. I wonder if we can actually find a YouTube video about them. Let's see. Here we go. This might be neat. Let's take a look at that. She's got way more subscribers than I do. So let's see what she has to say here on the old YouTube. And here we go. And it might help, you know, if we unmute her. Let's try that, you know? Sometimes that helps.
Oh, hi. I grew up in Michigan, which means that in elementary school, I learned a decent amount about Michigan's state symbols. You know, things like how the robin is Michigan's state bird and the apple.
Oh, robin, state bird? You got robbed, Michigan. There are how many? There's like a half dozen states that have the robin as their state bird. Honestly, that's a little bit lame. You could do a lot better than that, Michigan. You deserve better than that. You should change your state bird.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Thank you, Code Dolly, for the 11 months of support. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, Code Dolly. Thank you, thank you.
Apple blossom is the state flower. Random trivia facts that are just like knocking around in my brain 15 years later. And one of the things I learned during that second grade science class or whatever is that Michigan's state rock is called a Petoskey stone. I bought one.
State rock. Okay.
They're really delightful. So this is a Petoskey stone. They're really quite lovely. They're quite neat
really
little
are.
rocks. But anyways,
Gorgeous.
I learned about these and I never really thought much about them. But recently, for some reason, 25 years into my life, I picked up a Petoskey stone and I looked at it and I asked, why? Why is it like this?
Huh.
How did it get so weird? And what the heck is this rock made of anyway?
Oh, man. This seems like it's going to be a wonderful video. Holy cow. Let's check this out. Man, I'm excited now. You know, normally when we're kind of cruising around on YouTube, a lot of the stuff on YouTube, honestly, is pretty, as the kids would say, that's pretty mid, bro. But this has got some real promise here. Alexis Dahl, take us away. This seems like it's going to be wonderful.
And it turns out the answers to those questions were just way more interesting and delightful than I could have ever hoped for. Because the story of Petoskey stones involves an ancient inland sea and a type of animal that doesn't exist on Earth anymore. And it stretches back hundreds of millions of years. So, for context,
very cool.
This past fall, I spent a weekend...
Oh, whoa. Hang on. Is that a manual transmission vehicle? Has she got a standard trans right there? Very nice. Holy cow, look.
Hundreds of millions of years. So, for context...
See that shift knob right there? That hand is shifting right there. This is altogether rare in our modern age. A standard transmission vehicle. In fact, this actually makes me wonder. Let's run a poll here real quick. Manage poll. New poll. Can you drive a standard transmission? Can you drive a standard transmission? Okay. Yes? No? What is that? Start poll. I'm really curious to know, in this audience, if you know how to drive a standard transmission vehicle. A manual transmission, as we often call it here, or a stick shift, as we call it here in the States sometimes. Here are our results. Right there. We've got a couple of what is that, it seems. So go ahead and answer in the poll right there. We've got a few seconds left, it seems. So yeah. It seems the majority of people say yes, but we've also got some no's. It's okay if to answer no, it's totally okay. Yeah. And it seems that yes is one with 61%.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
Almost half a year.
It's true, Murph. Yeah, all species eventually go extinct, yes. Murph, thank you for helping me from becoming extinct from the past 7 months. Really appreciate you. Yeah. So shoot, this is an interesting sign. I wonder if my... Hang on a second. Merv, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate that so much, Merv. Thank you. We're now at 19 out of 35 for the day. So thank you, Murph. That is wonderful. Thank you. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah, excellent. Mayor Space says, I drive automatic. When I was young, I broke down and somebody stopped to help and asked me if I was in a manual or automatic. I didn't know what he meant, which was the answer he needed. That means you drive an automatic, Mayor Space. Yes, indeed. Oh, boy. Invisible Dimension says, my first car was an orange 1973 Super Beetle. Super Beetle. Is that some sort of Gundam or something, Invisible Dimensions? 1973 Super Beetle. I don't know. Yeah. And, I meet people constantly that can't drive a manual, says Gojira. That's the majority. I bet you if you are excuse me. My apologies. If you are overseas from the San Francisco Bay Area right now, I bet you in your country manual transmissions are probably more common. Here in the U.S., well, shoot. Let's see. Manual transmission 2023 prevalence? Is that how I... Okay, manual transmission statistics. About 13% of the cars sold in the US today offer manual transmission. So only 13% of all of the cars offered today in the US in 2023 even offer a manual transmission option. So that means only 13% of the cars that you can buy.
This is it. This is the horizon which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Even have a manual transmission option.
Level,
holy
and
cow.
Out here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Gastronebe,
Raiders have stumbled below that
for the raid, and how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Looks like you were doing something called Stream Racer. Ah, like Speed Racer, but updated for the 21st century. Maddie M, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. El Rey Ra and Energy Talk, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. If you're here for the first time, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about Earth history, talking about the evolution of life on our incredible planet. Of course, with a very strong emphasis on dinosaurs, which is what I study. That's my wheelhouse here. It's what I publish on. So yeah, it's great to have you here, everybody. Mirror Space says Danny with his anime references tonight. Anime. I don't know what that is, Mirror Space. I'm sorry. Yeah. So yeah. Welcome, fellow Czech friends. Oh, are raiders from the Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia or Czechia or... Shoot, I'm an American. I'm not up to date on these things. Czech people, are you here with the raid? Can we get another shout out for Gastronebe? Gastronebe, perhaps? Yeah. That looks like it might be Czech. Czech Republic, Czechia, both is okay?
If you're feeling a bit cheated,
thank you, Striker Brink. Strike a check. Strike a check. Excellent. And we've got a hype train going.
Welcome to another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
And Energy Talk, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Holy cow. That is wonderful. We are Czechia now. Thank you. Ile Ra, I appreciate you. Thank you very much for educating this ignorant American. I appreciate you. Czechia. I will try and remember that. Czechia, Czechia, Czechia. It's Czechia now. Thank you for being here. Energy Talk. Yes. And Nebe means heaven, so Gastro Heaven. Oh, what a wonderful name. That is lovely. It seems like we have some wonderful new people here. It might be a lovely opportunity to introduce some new folks here. With a quick visit from previously recorded Danny. Give me a 1 in chat if you would like to see that, and I will have a chance to go use the little paleontologist room. I can run to the restroom. Here comes previously recorded Danny, and he will give you a little bit of, I don't know, an introduction to this channel. I'm going to get one more shout out for Gastronebe. I would appreciate that. Go check out what they've been doing. Give them a follow if that seems interesting to you. viewers who are already here. And, he is just raring to go. It's so... Hang on. Hold your horses. Previously recorded Danny back there is, he is raring to go. I apologize. But he's going to tell you a little bit about this channel, about who I am, what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place, all that good stuff. So without further ado, here is previously recorded Danny to give you a little intro. Go ahead and take it away, previously recorded Danny.
Well, thanks, present day Danny.
Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives, to help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
Where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where sails on his field a discouraging world, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. And to everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to a new friend, Gastronabe, for the raid. I really appreciate that. And if any of you are still here from the raid of Gastronabe, I would love to see you in chat. Let me know if you've got any questions about dinosaurs, about the fossil record, about natural history, about extinction or evolution or natural history in general. That is what I'm here to talk to you about, so don't be shy, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Excellent stuff. So we were talking about, and is the bison extinct? David Trish, no, definitely not, no. Bison are still very much extant. They are still around. They are still living. Bison, man, I've got a video I would love to make about this, but, yeah. Bison conservation. There we go. And this is actually kind of a cool idea. I wonder if this... Yeah. I wonder if this will talk about bison. Bison, also known as the American buffalo. I was involved with a project to try and help save these animals. Let's take a look at this right here.
To you and me, these look like trucks. And, well, technically that's true. But on this patch of Oklahoma prairie,
Oklahoma,
they're oversized sheepdogs. Except the creatures they're rounding up are a little bigger than sheep. They're bison.
Are they stick shift trucks? Those are probably automatics.
Seem like a weird new sport. But what's happening here could actually be the key to resurrecting a lost ecosystem.
Yeah. I wonder if here they're going to talk about the American Prairie Reserve, which is a project that I was involved with, actually. So I and my crew actually did some paleontological surveys for the American Prairie Reserve. And, you know, I bet you we would do a... Here. Let me just see if I can find you a video on that instead. This one here, if you'd like, if you're intrigued by that little stinger intro, there's the video there. But, yeah. American Prairie Reserve bison. Let's see here. This is American Prairie. So this is a project that I was involved with back in 2015 and 2016 out on the Great Plains of the great state of Montana.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
And Maddie M, thank you for the follow, and holy cow.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you for the subscription, too. Thank you for that prime, Maddie M. Maddie, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for helping support science outreach right here on Twitch. That's a big deal, and I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Here, let's take a look at American bison and how good people are trying to save them today after they narrowly escaped extinction around the turn of the century. There's Montana and the American Prairie Reserve. Yeah. Very cool stuff. Creating a vast nature reserve. On Montana's northern Great Plains. The American Prairie Reserve. Very cool. Trappy Jenkins says, I'm a big fan of saving the planet. All my stuff is here. There you go, Trappy. Yes, indeed. I mean, shoot. There. It would be such a hassle to move to another planet, you know, disregarding the fact that it's, you know, functionally impossible. We've got to save our planet the run right now, and Trappy Jenkins understands that. Thank you, Trappy. Welcome back. Yeah. Begin. And hang on, do I know this guy? Is this oh shoot. Oh, what's his name? Dale or Dave Dale. Shoot, what's his name?
What I want my son to learn is that people need nature and we can live in harmony with it. This project is only one of 4 places where we can save a temperate grassland, one of the least protected ecosystems in the world.
Yep.
We are losing a lot of wild places in the world, and what we're providing...
Oh, and Anderson is her last... Oh, shoot. It's not Dale, it's not Dave. What's his name? Shoot, because he came out and visited our sites when we were working in the Hell Creek Formation of the American Prairie Reserve.
Is a wild place for people to come out.
There's an elk.
American Prairie Reserve is in a region that has been shaped by wildlife and people for millennia. We have a chance to preserve and protect that for the generations that follow us.
What's his name? Shoot, I know his face. And here, let me go back a titch. Grasslands are one of the Grasslands are one of the fastest disappearing ecosystems in the world. And the decline of shortgrass prairies threatens wildlife, water quality, and carbon sequestration. I was actually talking about this not too long ago on that accursed bird website, Twitter.com. And, where was that? Let's see. Looking through here, trying to find it. There it is. Yeah, I was talking about this a little while ago. What's the major ecosystem? And that big orange and red splotch right in the middle? Prairie. So here is a really interesting kind of color temperature map of distance to the nearest national park here in the continental United States, excluding Hawaii and Alaska. And here you see this big red splotch, red and orange splotch in the middle. So this area has the furthest distance from any national park. If you see anything in blue, that is like a national park right there. So each of these blue splotches have a national park in the middle. So there's Yellowstone and Teton National Parks right there. Here's Yosemite over here, and etc. But here in the middle, shoot, in the middle of the U.S., all of this area, no national parks. It's all red and orange and yellow. What is there? What is the chief ecosystem dominating that territory? It's prairie. So despite their astonishingly high biodiversity, prairies have largely been left out of the national park system, which is another reason to support the American Prairie Reserve at American Prairie. Yeah. And here's a link to their Twitter right there. Yeah. And there's a national park in Ohio. Ohio is up there, right? Hang on. Indiana.
I'll tell you another one.
Well, I think that's it. Hang on a minute. Interruption. Colic, thank you. Thank you, Colic, for the...
Hope yes have been good.
Thank you so much for the 16 months of support there, Colic. I appreciate that more than you know. Thank you, thank you. Pretty extraordinary. That's excellent. It really, really is. Holy cow. And Jody Fish is Indiana Dunes National Park on Lake Michigan. That's a state park, Jody Fish. You know how I know? That is a state park in Indiana, right? Right? It's not a state park? I think it is. Because I actually have some pressed pennies from that state park. Let me see if I can find them. So we have it here, pressed in copper. Go back to where I was. Indiana Dunes. It is a magnificent state park, but it is a state park and not a national park. And Indiana, Ludington, Michigan. Nope. It's going to be in this one? Yeah, in this one. Hang on. South Dakota, Minnesota, St. Paul, Minnesota. Nope, keep going. Let's get to Michigan here. Well, there's Wisconsin there. Wisconsin. And... let me look. Pretty sure. Well, shoot. I've got some pressed pennies from Indiana here, which I think Indiana Dunes is a state park. The Dune Challenge there. It doesn't say state park or not. But no, holy cow, you are correct. Jody Fish, that is a national park. Indiana Dunes National Park, Indiana. Did this change recently, or am I just completely wrong? I guess we shall see, huh? Holy cow. Indiana Jones, let's try searching for State Park. Indiana Jones State Park. Right there on Google Maps. But this very well may have changed since I was visiting in summer of 2022. Indiana Jones State Park. Not Indiana Jones. Not Indiana Jones. Indiana Dunes State Park. And it did change. Well, you know, usually our best place for finding out about information like this is good old Wikipedia. Wikipedia.org. Indiana Dunes National Park. Holy moly. Did it change to a national park? Yowza wowza. It is nationalized. Well, it was managed by the National Park Service. It was authorized as Indiana Jones National Lakeshore. But History of Indiana Dunes. Creation of the state park. Did I just have that completely wrong? Indiana Dunes National Park. Indiana Dunes National Park Service. Yeah. Well, shoot. This is all the same stuff. I've got that same logo here on a pressed penny. Yeah, third line down, says Jody Fish. Wait, shoot. Let's go back. Because I think the Wikipedia article is what you're referring to. Third line down. No, never mind. Anyway, very, very cool. And, holy moly. Indiana Dune, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, and nope, there we go. There we are. The Dune Challenge. Indiana Dunes, nope. I was totally wrong. While I was there, it was a national park. I gotta get my tweezers out for this. Those of you who are long-time Paleontologizing watchers know that I am indeed an avid pressed penny collector. And so here we go. Let's go ahead and extract this right here. Right there. And I'm going to hold this right here. And we are going to adjust our desk cam's properties here. Configure video. Camera control. Zoom. Focus. It's not letting me... Wait, what? No, turn off autofocus. Goodness. There we go, that. Yeah. Indiana Dunes. national park, there is a beautiful, what appears to be a sandhill crane, perhaps? Right there? So this was a national park when I visited last summer. You are 100% correct, Jody Fish. There you go. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Let's put this back where it belongs, here in my pressed penny album. There we go. Excellent. Yeah. There we are. There we are. And, Asu Dude says, hi, are you the Indiana Jones of Twitch? Well, given that Indiana Jones was purportedly an archaeologist, whereas I am a paleontologist, I studied dinosaurs and other fossil critters. I don't know. I guess it's up to you, Asu Dude. Am I the Indiana Jones of Twitch, or am I something different? My name is Danny Anduza. I study dinosaurs and other fossil critters, but mostly dinosaurs, let's be honest. And here on Twitch, trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about all kinds of cool stuff. So yeah. And Jody Fish says they made a big to-do about it because of the change to our national park status on the news, since it is literally within minutes of our local news. Oh, very cool, Jody Fish. Very nice. Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah. You're the paleontologist version of India? I have not, Lunar Rabbit, I have not in my life punched quite as many Nazis, but I hope to do so in the near future. Not that I hope Nazis to become more plentiful, but I hope to punch more of them that exist, and thus perhaps cause them to no longer exist. So yeah, I don't carry a whip, is Lizbert? No. But I'll show you what I do typically carry in the field. Give me just a second. Let me grab that. Heavier cuts, thank you for the hydrate. When we watch you punch Nazis, that might be against TOS, Trappy. Yeah. Give me a second. Let me show you what I typically carry when I'm in the field. Give me a second. Here we go. This is my gun belt. Gun belt. There's no gun on it, but there is a knife and a rock hammer. This is what I typically put on when I'm in the field, and what I carry with me at all times. Here is a knife. This is kind of a miniature version of a K-bar knife. I use this for digging, when I'm in the field, for cutting ropes, for using whatever you would use a knife for while you're out digging dinosaurs. So there's that right there. And then also my trusty rock hammer is right here. So this is an Estwing Supreme 12-ounce chisel-edged rock hammer. And this is what I use for chiseling in the field, if I'm using a hammer and chisel, if I'm clearing away overburden, if I'm clearing away matrix, if I'm out prospecting, this is the hammer that I will use. If I'm actually, like, digging or clearing away massive amounts of overburden, I'll use something different, like a pick or a shovel. But this is what I have strapped to my belt all the time when I'm out doing field work. This is pretty lightweight, 12 ounce. chisel-edged rock hammer. Other paleontologists carry heavier hammers. I like a lightweight one. You know, that's just my personal preference. You know, call this like the carbine version of a hammer in the field, but this is what I've got. I got this for my 12th birthday. I told my mom and dad this is what I really, really want for my birthday. I gave them the precise, you know, URL to purchase this, and they got it, and I've used it ever since. Never lost it. Even after like a decade's worth of fieldwork. Never lost it. I know other geologists and paleontologists who have lost rock hammers in the field. And that's always a cause for lament. And I've managed to never lose this, partly because I make sure that I always keep it here on my gun belt that I carry with me when I'm, you know, whenever I'm doing fieldwork. So yeah. Yeah. Edobot says the main difference between Danny and Indy is that Indy had tenure. Oh, tenure. I wish tenure still existed, Edobot. In our modern day. It still did. It still does, but that's a joke, you know? Yeah. Anyway. A good hammer will last a lifetime. It will unless you lose it, Scout. And many, many people lose theirs. I've managed to not lose mine. So there you go, Maskling. Thank you for the hydrate. And you found the hammer emote too. Yes, indeed. Yes. That's actually a pick-ended hammer there. Mine's a chisel-edged. But yeah. Yeah. Digging with a knife, where are the spatulas? When there are spatulas, Sophie? Well, I use an oyster knife as well. But yeah. But I have found a hammer in the field, Sterain. I found one up near Rudyard, Montana. One probably dating back to the 1970s. It was rusted to hell. Holy moly. Yeah. But it was there. It was an Estwing hammer with a leather-wrapped handle. Yes, indeed. I've also found ice picks or awls in the field as well. And I've also found, like, animal traps from, like, fur trappers, probably back in the 1880s or something. You find a lot of crazy stuff out there in the field. I found big old 50 caliber slugs from probably like a P-47 Thunderbolt aircraft. I found the slugs themselves, the actual, like, you know, penetrating part of the bullet, and I found bullet casings as well from 50 cals out there, and a lot of 30 cals and all kinds of various bullet casings and slugs in the field too. So yeah. And SV Harkin says, I still have my grandfather's hammer from the steel mill. And my great-grandfather's magnetic tap hammer. A very cool, SV Harkin. Those, oh man, there's so much history in those. That's really cool, SV Harkin. Really, really neat. Yeah. Yeah. Feister says, how about getting your name engraved on the hammer? Well, that's the thing, Feister. That's a neat idea. But if you get your name engraved on an Estwing hammer, that will void its lifetime warranty. So I'd probably rather not do that, because I'm still, you know, a scientist on a budget. But I just do my very best not to lose it, you know? So yeah. And Kennedy, no, I'm not speaking guest. Those are military round slugs, Kennedy, yes. Anyway. We were talking about... Well, shoot. Where did that go? We're off, you know, down several rabbit holes right now. But... let's go back to this right here. Petoskey stones. Let's start from the beginning. If any of you are here from the upper Midwest of the United States, or particularly from the state of Michigan, Moose, are you still here? This is right up your alley. Let's talk about why these fossils are so important right here. Yeah.
In Michigan, which means that in elementary school, I learned a decent amount about Michigan's state symbols. You know, things like how the robin is Michigan's state bird, and the apple blossom is the state
cool,
flower.
Mayor Space. I did not know that.
Trivia facts that are just like knocking around
Michigan's
in my brain
great state.
15 years later. And one of the things I learned during that second grade science class or whatever is that Michigan's state rock is called a Petoskey stone. I bought one. Because they're really delightful. So this is a Petoskey stone. They're really quite lovely. They're
beautiful.
Quite neat little rocks.
Look at that. Look at these interesting dark-colored splotches in the middle of these kind of hexagonal shapes right there. You've got all these striations coming off of them like that. Let's talk about those.
But anyways, I learned about these, and I never really thought much about them. But recently, for some reason, 25 years into my life, I picked up a Petoskey stone, and I looked at it, and I asked, why? Why is it like this? How did it get so weird? And what the heck is this rock made of anyway? And
there you go.
The answers to those questions were just way more interesting and delightful than I could have ever hoped for.
She's doing some paleontologizing here. Oh, I love it. Let's take a look.
Petoskey stones involves an ancient inland sea and a type of animal that doesn't exist on Earth anymore, and it stretches back hundreds of millions of years.
Very cool.
For context, this past fall, I spent a weekend in northern Michigan, and while I was up there, we did all kinds of...
Oh, and by the way, that's what got us off on this big tangent, was this right here.
This fall, I spent a weekend...
Shoot. It was a manual transmission vehicle. That's what got us off on this big tangent right here. I used to work kind of adjacent to the automotive industry, and come on now.
Years. So for
yeah, right there. That's a shift happening for a manual transmission right there, and we got off onto a tangent about that. And what kind of a vehicle is? I don't even. What? It's got a circular emblem. I don't know.
This past fall, I spent a weekend in northern Michigan, and while I was up there, we did all kinds of lovely fall things. We saw nice little critters, and a bunch of fun insects, and some nice tiny lakes, and we went on all kinds of like wonderful drives through these winding roads with beautiful leaves. To be totally honest, northern Michigan in the fall is such a delightful place. If you've never experienced it, and like really want to experience
it, is really,
fall, I
really
recommend
awesome.
Driving like up here. But the fall is not actually...
I've never been that far north in Michigan. I've never been that far north on the mitten. I've been to about here, or maybe here, and spent a lot of time around here. And I probably very well might be doing that again this next summer. We'll see. But never been all the way up there.
But the fall is not actually the point of this story. The point is, I'm on vacation, I walked outside one day, and someone had left a Petoskey stone outside, just for, I don't know, general viewing pleasure. I picked this thing up, and I looked at it, and I was like, why? How did it get to be like this? So pretty quickly, I started doing some Googling, and I loved this thing so much.
Hexagonaria coral.
I went to a gift shop downtown, and I bought one. So this very good rock is a collection of fossilized, extinct corals.
Yes!
So you've got like all of these hexagon shapes here. Each hexagon was an individual coral because they lived in colonies. And you've got all these little dark spots. Each of these dark spots at one point was a mouth that like sediment fell into, got fossilized, now it's a dark spot. And around the mouths, you have these like radial lines coming out. Those were tentacles that the coral used to bring food, to bring like plankton into its mouth. And now it's
pretty
a rock
cool.
that I bought for less than $20 at a gift shop. But, okay, here's the thing. If you know anything about Michigan, you will notice it's in the northern part of the United States, and it's winter a solid, like, 2/3 of the year here. And corals typically live in warm, watery environments. So how the heck did this collection of corals become common in Michigan and common enough to become Michigan's state rock? To understand that, you actually have to go back, like, hundreds of millions of years, quite a long ways. Okay, so these corals lived in the Devonian, which was about 420 to 360-ish million years ago. And if you're like me and you have no sense of when anything happened in natural history, that was before the dinosaurs. It was actually so
long before the dinosaurs. Let me fill you in a little bit. Shoot. Brief detour here. This is an international chronostratigraphic chart. This is a chart of the history of life on Earth. Let's set it to linear time here to give you a better sense. Here's where we are today. 0 million years ago. At the end of, well, the advancing edge of the Cenozoic era there. Here in yellow is the age of mammals. Dinosaurs go extinct right here, between this junction between blue and yellow. This is when the asteroid hit right here, 66 million years ago. There you see 66. Yep. So here in blue is the Mesozoic era. This is the age of dinosaurs, Cretaceous, Jurassic, Triassic periods. Dinosaurs first evolved somewhere about here. Yeah. Then we go back further in time to the Paleozoic era. Permian period, Carboniferous period, Devonian period. This, all the way back here. About here is when those Petoskey stones were once living creatures. Back in the Devonian period. Long before the dinosaurs. So like close to 400 million years ago. Long time ago. Does that make sense? I hope it does.
So long ago that the continents were in a different spot than they are today. So
Way
the
different.
land that's now Michigan was actually located much closer to the equator. But it was also covered by a warm, shallow inland sea. And in the sea, there were all kinds of very strange animals. You had armored fish, and trilobites, and ostracoderms, and just all kinds of weird, delightful life that doesn't exist on Earth anymore. And also in that
What did she call ostracoderms? What did she call them?
strange animals. You had armored fish, and trilobites, and ostracoderms.
Ostracoderms. Yeah, anyway, tomato, potato. Ostracoderms are armored fishes. These are like our ancestors at the time. This is where, if you trace the human lineage all the way back in time to the beginning of life on Earth, we go through a stage like this. Ostracoderms. Like bony fishes with armor plates on their heads and stuff like that.
And just all kinds of weird, delightful life that doesn't exist on Earth anymore. And also in that sea, you had a bunch of these corals. The corals come from this genus, which
Hexagonaria.
Hexagonaria, and apologies in advance.
Hexagonaria, whatever.
But regardless of how it's pronounced, you will notice that it looks a lot like the word hexagon, and that is in reference to the lovely hexagon shapes on Petoskey stones. And the cool thing is, regardless of how long ago these corals lived, in a lot of ways they were actually really similar to the corals you would find today in places like, I don't know, the Great Barrier Reef. They lived in colonies, they ate plankton, they had what biologists call a symbiotic relationship with algae, which means the corals did something for the algae, provided some benefit, and the algae provides a benefit for the coral. So in a lot of ways, they're really familiar, except for the fact that they lived hundreds of millions of years ago and are now extinct. Over time, the continents moved and the land moved, and the land that's now Michigan eventually rose above sea level. And as you might know about corals, they don't exactly thrive on land. So any remaining corals got covered by all kinds of sediments, mud and silt and all that good stuff. They got buried, and over time, the organic material in the corals, so you can generally think of it as all like the squishy stuff, all of that got replaced by minerals, and it fossilized. So around 2 million years ago, glaciers showed up. Good old glaciers, and they dug up a bunch of this rock that contained that fossilized coral, and they scattered it all over the place, all over Michigan, but mostly in a region approximately, because I can do the hand thing, approximately up here. And in that general region is a town called Petoskey. So the cool thing about Petoskey stones is thanks to the fact that they've been dug up by glaciers, they're really easy to find. Like as a kid, I always thought of fossils as this really like inaccessible thing, but especially in the Petoskey area, you just need to like walk along the beach for a while and you'll be able to find one.
You'll find one.
The
Absolutely.
accessibility
Yeah.
of Petoskey
I found them
stones
before.
is something I really love about the story of this rock. But something else I enjoy is just like how far it goes back. Like these corals were alive, 360, 400 plus million years ago. And some like punk human could roll into Petoskey, Michigan and buy one of these things at a gift shop for less than $20.
How cool is that? Think about that for a minute. These things are 400 million years old. And you can just, roll up in your Geo Metro and open the door, walk into the gift shop, lay down $15 on the counter, and then pick one of these things up, and then bring it back to your apartment. Holy moly. It's pretty cool.
The story seems too cool to be...
In that brief moment, we alone are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Murderous Squirrel, thank you so much for the 17 months of support. Thank you very, very much for that. I really appreciate your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And it is just a tenth of the age of the Earth, I guess, so. The Earth is what, like 4.54 billion years old. Yeah, less than a tenth. You're right, Sophie. You're right indeed. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Moonrise Rabbit says, I know a shop in the mid-Michigan area that sells Petoskey stone necklaces in the shape of Michigan. I have seen those too. Let me show you. Yeah. Petoskey stone, Michigan. Michigan shape, perhaps. There we go. Take a look at that. There's a Petoskey stone carved into the shape of the state of Michigan. There's a pendant right there on a necklace. There's another one. Very, very cool. That's pretty special. And, yeah. There's got to be some kind of a name for an object like this. There's one that includes the UP right there, too, eh? Oh, yeah, there, hey. It's got the Upper Peninsula there, too. There's got to be a name for this kind of thing. For, like a thing that was carved into a certain shape and then recarved into a shape that like recalls the shape of the original thing that it was carved from, or something like that. So yeah. I don't know, really, really cool stuff. Pretty awesome. You've got them in varying degrees of complexity and detail there. There's an Etsy shop that I guess sells them. Anyway, really cool stuff.
Worth like 10 minutes and $15 of my time. The other thing I love about these things, and honestly the reason I'm probably making this video 4 months after I went up to Petoskey, is just I love the opportunity to look at things that seem familiar to me, that seem obvious, and ask why and how they got to be that way. And I love it when the answers to those stories turn out to be just fascinating and delightful and eye-opening. So that's the story of Petoskey stones. It's the story of a warm sea that doesn't exist anymore, of the critters that lived in it that don't exist anymore, and the millions of years it took to go from a bunch of living animals to this rock that I now get to show off. Thanks for watching, and I hope you learned something cool. As a heads up, if you enjoyed this video, you probably won't find me making a ton of
cool
content
stuff
on this channel.
Anyway, if you would like to figure out what she says next and how to follow her, because that was a pretty compelling video, I liked that a lot, check out that link that I just posted into the chat. I'm going to go ahead and subscribe right there. Alexis Doll is her name, and what a wonderful little video. I liked that a lot. Very, very cool. Yeah. Cool stuff. I cannot wait to hopefully, fingers crossed, visit the great state of Michigan again this next summer. And along the way, visit scores of different paleontology museums and zoos and aquaria and stuff like that along the way, and share that with you, Twitch viewers. Yeah, we've got some exciting stuff going on this summer, so if you're not yet following, holy cow, you do not want to miss out on that. So go ahead and click that follow button right now, because we are going to be doing some awesome mobile live streams this summer, visiting all kinds of cool attractions, museums, zoos, aquaria, national parks, all kinds of cool stuff. So don't miss out on that. And Skewy Morph might be the name of the idea, a truck horn. Interesting. Skeuomorph. And its skeuomorph is an object or feature which imitates the design of a similar artifact made from another material. The pottery box with a square lid is a skeuomorph of a twilled basketry container. Interesting. You know, there is a book that was recommended to me, actually by Ios. Can we get a shout out for Ios here on this channel? This book is about artificiality. It is about reproductions. Oh, my light just went off. Holy cow. Let me change that real quick, and then I'll continue this thought. Hang on a second. Alright, hopefully that's better. Oh, goodness, that's a little too bright, actually. That's better. Anyway, yeah. Not earthquake, no. There was no earthquake happening there. That was the camera shaking. The book that I was going to tell you about is called... I could prevent myself from dropping it. The Artificial Kingdom. Here. By, Olal Kiaga. Ios has read this book and she highly recommended it to me. The Artificial Kingdom, a treasury of the kitsch experience.
The dinosaurs.
And thank you, So The Saint Going Well, for the 100 bits. Appreciate you. Yeah. Remarkable objects of art and nature, extraordinary events, eccentric biography, and original theory, plus many wonderful illustrations selected by the author, by Celeste Olal Kiaga.
And if dinosaurs had not died, I imagine
Published in 1998.
Small creatures like this living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
And Sloan, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. So yeah, and is there coral on the desk jacket of that book? there is indeed SV Harkin and various fossil organisms such as Orthoceras and other nautiloid and ammonoid critters, SV Harkin. Yes, indeed. Have you heard good things about this book, SV Harkin? Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Anyway, oh shoot. We've gotten so far afield from our original video here in this channel, or here on this broadcast, that I feel maybe we should return to that. And so, let's get back to that, shall we?
Around 380 million years ago, at the tail end of the Devonian period, strange creatures began to emerge from the shallow seas. The Devonian is often known as the Age of Fishes, the time when things like Dunkleosteus ruled the waves. But then came a surprising transition. Some of the fishes started moving onto land. One of the earliest of these new creatures was a tetrapod.
Yeah, and so the whole reason we're talking about this in the first place is because we're talking about this baby Triceratops skeleton that we will be assembling tomorrow live on stream. And I'm very excited for that. But the reason I'm assembling a Triceratops here...
extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet. The dinosaurs.
And thank you, Newton Tango, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. The reason we'll be assembling this Triceratops, you know, I could just do this easily, you know, when I'm not live. And that would be, honestly, quicker and easier to do. But I would like to assemble this 3D printed Triceratops, which we have just now finished the 3D printing of, hopefully. I'd like to do this live on stream because I think this will impart some really important lessons about vertebrate anatomy, about vertebrate osteology, the bones of vertebrate animals, and why they are similar to one another. Because you, watching right now, you, sitting at home watching this video, watching this live stream, almost all of the bones that you have within your body, you share in common with this dinosaur, Triceratops. No, I'm not kidding. You've got almost all the same bones there. Why would that be? You're not related to a dinosaur, not closely related at all. Why would you have the same bones? It's because of what we call homology. It's because you and Triceratops, you, while being members of separate lineages, if you traced your ancestries back far enough in time, about 300 or 400 million years ago, you actually had the same ancestor who had all these same bones. That's why Triceratops has the same bones as you. We'll talk about that in this video here. Yeah. And Newton Tangos has just found you on Twitter. Looking forward to the build tomorrow. Newton Tango, you are 100% in the right place. Thank you for joining us. Holy cow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. As you can see here, I've assembled a life-size Tyrannosaurus juvenile skeleton here in the past. We're going to do a Triceratops tomorrow, and that is going to be very exciting. So I'm really glad you're here, and I hope you're here tomorrow as well. Newton Tango, thank you for joining us. Holy cow. Yeah. And Scalawag says, I wouldn't want to remove all those ribs from the 3D material, Scalawag. Well, shoot. We have those right here in this box. You mean these ribs? Yeah, it's not gonna be as bad. Ribs are usually pretty okay. They have like a limited number of surfaces. I still have to do those tonight and tomorrow morning, actually. But I've got a whole nother box with all kinds of other elements. Here's a scapula. This is the right hand scapula. For those Navy veterans in the chat, this would be the starboard scapula of our baby Triceratops. So yeah. I've done about 2/3 of the different elements, taking off the supports from those. So yeah, anywho. Any day is a good day for learning about homologous and analogous structures. That's what we're doing right now, Ornis. So let's continue our video here and learn why. The title of this video is Why We Have Only 10 Toes or Fingers. In parentheses, it's a long story. Well, here we go.
Fishes started moving onto land. One of the earliest of these new creatures was a tetrapod named Acanthostega. It lived about 365 million years ago, and it looked a bit like a weird mashup of a fish and a land animal. It had a tail shaped like an oar, short ribs that ran the length of its body, and gill bars, like a fish. But it also had 4 limbs and 8 fingers and toes on each one. Today, all mammals from humans to bats have 5 fingers or fewer. Yes, even whales whose finger bones are hidden in their fins. Birds and reptiles have 4 or fewer. And amphibians get the best of both worlds, often having 4 digits on their hands and 5 on their feet. But no species of vertebrates have more than 5 digits, let alone 8. So how did Acanthostega manage it? And why is it that by 348 million years ago, 5 fingers and toes had become the norm among the new tetrapods? If 5 fingers and toes are good, why isn't 6 or 7 better? Can we ever get those lost digits back? The story of how and when the tetrapods lost their toes is an ancient one that we're still filling in the gaps of. But it looks like it had something to do with the early tetrapod strut.
Yep. Ooh, boy,
the end of the Devonian was a period of dramatic changes. There were 2 mass extinction events, one at 374 million years ago, and another at 300.
2 in the Devonian, holy cow.
Which led to losses of at least 50% of biodiversity. This would have left a lot of niches open for exploitation, which early tetrapods were able to do, in part by leaving the oceans for the land. But this would take some big changes to their bodies. They'd have to trade gills for lungs, for one thing, and a new way of breathing wasn't the only thing tetrapods would need. They would also have to develop new methods of seeing and hearing and feeding and moving. Like breathing, getting around is a problem that impacts a lot of different parts of an animal's physiology. First, there's gravity. Fish don't have to worry about it so much, being in the water, but to come on land, tetrapods needed stronger ribs and vertebrae to keep all their organs from moving around too much or collapsing. They also needed new limb supports, a more robust humerus to support the arm, and a pelvic girdle to support the legs. These are the structures that help the limbs move independently from the spine. The pelvic girdle in fish isn't attached to the vertebrae and is generally small. And we start to see changes to this with Acanthostega, which had a pelvic girdle attached to its backbone with soft tissues. But its bones still weren't very robust, which is why some scientists doubt that it had the ability to really lift its back end off of the ground. Living alongside Acanthostega was Ichthyostega, and it was one weird tetrapod. Ichthyostega had a more robust femur and pelvic girdle compared to its neighbor. Thanks to well-preserved skull fossils, scientists know that it had recurved teeth for hunting, and the ear region of its skull suggests that it was adapted to hearing underwater. But its hind limbs are where things get really strange. Ichthyostega had 7 digits on each one, and they were arranged in a very unusual pattern. 3 small digits extended at an angle from the other 4 larger digits.
Really interesting, actually. So, those 4 digits, the thumb, first finger, middle finger, ring finger, and 3 extra ones, these, 2 of them would kind of wither away and become the pinky finger in its descendants. That's the arrangement that we have today. So, yeah. And Cephalon Wolf says, there have been a lot of failed mutations in our journey here, and are any of those found in the fossil record? You're looking at one of them, Cephalon Wolf. Holy cow. This is a creature with 7 fingers right here. You don't have 7 fingers today. This is something that fell by the wayside early on. Interesting stuff.
Ichthyostega had 7 digits on each one, and they were arranged in a very unusual pattern. 3 small digits extended at an angle from the other 4 larger digits, almost like it held its toes in a permanent Vulcan salute. At least 3 different fossils show this structure, which seems to indicate that the bones were set in that position when they fossilized. They weren't moved that way by rocks or debris. Scientists think the digits must have been held that way by strong tissues in the feet. To try to figure out how Ichthyostega got around, scientists created a digital 3D model of the critter and ran tests to see how its bone structure would support different forms of locomotion. They found that the bone structure of its back limbs probably meant that Ichthyostega couldn't put its feet flat on the ground, and that they were more like paddles. Some researchers think that Ichthyostega moved its limbs in parallel. First both right limbs, then both left limbs, rather than alternating limbs like modern quadrupeds. Others think that it moved like a mud skipper, propelling its body forward using its pectoral fins, kind of like a human using crutches. We don't know whether Ichthyostega and Acanthostega had webbing around their digits, but it would make sense given that they lived in semi-aquatic environments. Their locomotion was probably a mixture of swimming and some early form of walking. Things would be a lot easier if we could actually watch one of these tetrapods walk around. And
Shoot,
while we
wouldn't that be
can't
easy?
actually
Yeah.
bring these extinct animals back to life, a la Jurassic Park, we do have some clues that can help us figure out what early tetrapods were doing. Fossilized footprints. The study of these trackways is called ichnology, and there are 9 different trackways from 3 locations in Ireland that are all older than the oldest tetrapod body fossils we've ever found.
So once again, Ireland provides really interesting insights into vertebrate paleontology. We have any Irish chatters here? I wonder.
Locations in Ireland that are all older than the oldest tetrapod body fossils we've ever
Very
found.
important. Very
The
cool.
9 different trackways include hundreds of individual prints of varying
There you
sizes.
go, birds are on FMSSK. Excellent. Yeah. Really neat.
Sizes could mean that different species of animals were walking around, or that the prints captured different sizes of the same tetrapod. Scientists don't know exactly what animals made the prints, but they can learn a lot about their locomotion from them. And these prints clearly show that the tetrapods were walking, with both front and hind limbs, not dragging half of their body on the ground. But unfortunately, none of these prints show any sign of digits. This could be due to a couple of different things. Maybe the ground was too soft and the individual digit prints blurred together. Or maybe the digits were connected by webbing. What's clear is that these tetrapods were walking on all fours, not paddling or flopping. Does that mean scientists have misunderstood how Ichthyostega and Acanthostega moved? Or were there other tetrapods walking around and we just haven't found anything in the fossil record yet? It's hard to know. What we can say is that by 348 million years ago, we have fossils of creatures with 5 digits. Pederpes, which lived 348 million years ago, and
I love that name. Pederpes right there. Yeah.
Creatures with 5 digits. Pederpes, which lived 348 million years ago, and Cassinaria from 340 million years ago, were essentially fully terrestrial quadrupeds. While Acanthostega and Ichthyostega had very inflexible shoulders and wrists with limbs that probably pointed straight out from their body, Pederpes had bones that seemed to suggest that its feet pointed forwards rather than to the side. The evidence is even more striking with Cassinaria, which was only about the size of a mouse, but had 5 fingers and toes with claws on each limb. This probably means that its feet were now fully adapted for walking on land over different surfaces rather than spending most of its time in the water and just occasionally coming onto land. As to why 5 seemed to be the maximum magic number when it came to digits, well, we're not sure yet. But researchers hypothesize that it has to do with the pressure placed on the small bones of the wrist and ankle joints when an animal has to do more with its limbs than just paddle. The wrist bones of Acanthostega weren't arranged in a formation that would have made walking a very easy motion. And maybe there's too much pressure on those small bones or just not a large enough range of motion for getting around on land when an organism has more than 5 fingers. But there isn't enough evidence to really test this hypothesis yet because we haven't found enough of these early tetrapod fossils. What we do see is that creatures that show up after Ichthyostega and Acanthostega generally don't regain 7 or 8 digits. So why not? Well, it might be explained by a thing called Dallow's law.
Yeah, Dallow's law. Holy cow. Excuse me. Those of you who are longtime dinosaur enthusiasts amateur paleontologist yourself, you might recognize this name Dolo in reference to the dinosaur Iguanodon. Let's talk about why. So, Iguanodon is a dinosaur well known from Europe. And, here we go. Yeah. Louis Dolo was a European paleontologist who studied this animal. So Louis Antoine Marie Joseph Dolo completed his degree in civil engineering in 1877. He devoted 5 years to industrial pursuits, then left his homeland of France for Belgium. Any Belgian chatters here in the chat right now? Working at the Musée Royal de Hostellerie Naturelle de Belgique, he concentrated primarily on Iguanodon, the dinosaur originally discovered and named by Gideon Mantell. Louis Dolo would have a tremendous amount of influence over the study of Iguanodon, and Dolo is well known in the paleontological literature for publishing very short papers. Dolo thought that a paper should never be more than like 3 pages long, so he was incredibly concise in his work here. But he helped reconstruct Iguanodon skeletons in the museum in Belgium, and this was basically, Iguanodon was the first dinosaur to be discovered with a complete skeleton. This is the first dinosaur that we ever had, which is able to be reconstructed completely, the entire animal, as you see right here. Of course, those reconstructions often tended to be pretty inaccurate.
Dinosaur paleontologists.
And holy cow, Bliss9, thank you for the 5 gift subs there.
Expedition.
Holy moly, Bliss9. Thank you, Bliss9. Really appreciate your support. There are now 5 chatters. He will not have to watch the ads thanks to you, Bliss9. So thank you very much for that. Including Bia, Richard Redwing, Winifred, Botleek, Moist and Chewy. That's wonderful. Thank you for your support, Bliss9. I really appreciate you. Thank you kindly. So yeah, love what you do, Paleontologist. Well, thank you. I love what you do, Bliss9. Thank you for the support. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Excellent stuff. Yeah. If any of you are residents of the continent of Europe, you are probably familiar with this dinosaur, or you should be. Iguanodon is one of the best dinosaurs known from the continent of Europe. And a lot of these are really old-fashioned. This is more what this animal would look like. Here we go. I was digging up a relative of Iguanodon this summer in Utah. This is basically what this animal would look like. You know, big, robust torso, fairly robust forelimbs, big, deadly thumb spikes there on the thumbs, a kind of beaky snout right there, a long, stiff tail for balance. This is Iguanodon, one of the best-known dinosaurs from Europe. And Louis Dolo is one of the paleontologists who worked on this critter. So yeah, anyway. But Louis Dolo, despite just, he didn't just work on Iguanodon and dinosaurs like that. He had some really interesting ideas as well, including Dolo's Law. So let's get into that.
What we see is that creatures that show up after Ichthyostega and Acanthostega generally don't regain 7 or 8 digits. So why not? Well, it might be explained by a thing called Dallow's law.
Yeah.
This suggests that when complex characters in the body are lost, they aren't regained because the genetic features that resulted in that loss are highly unlikely to reoccur. Basically, it's easier to lose a trait than it is to regain it. An example would be that modern whales don't have legs and modern birds don't have teeth, despite what we might have seen in older species. In the case of having more than 5 digits, it's rare to see that happen again in the fossil record.
Wait, and hang on a minute. The birds is a good example. So modern birds...
Whales don't have legs, and modern birds don't have teeth.
Modern birds don't have teeth. So we used to have birds with teeth, back when birds evolved from dinosaurs. You know, when you've got critters like this, like Sinornithosaurus, for instance. This is a very bird-like dinosaur that's got teeth. It's basically got wings, and it's got teeth in its jaws. There's those teeth right there. Pretty formidable teeth, in fact. But when birds evolved from dinosaurs, eventually they lost their teeth. And those teeth are gone. They are no more. And Dallow's law basically states that those teeth are very difficult to re-evolve. You're not going to have the same kind of teeth after that. And so sometimes you get species of bird that evolve afterward, tens of millions of years later, and they kind of need teeth, but what they evolve are not true teeth. Here is Pelagornis. Here's a wonderful model constructed of this ancient seabird from after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs. And see those spiky things in its beak? Those are not teeth. I want to make that very obvious. These are what we call pseudo-teeth. Yeah. So these are just really sharp points on the beak. And you can see it right there. Those are pseudo-teeth. So real teeth can fall out. They have sockets. They've got like a root to them, all that stuff. These are just really sharp points on the beak. So teeth in birds never re-evolved. As much as birds could use teeth nowadays, in some cases, they've never re-evolved it. Instead, they've evolved other solutions, like sharp points sticking out of the beak like that. So yeah, and Sothi says geese have teeth on their tongues. Not actually true. Those are not teeth, Sothi. Those are sharp points on the tongue, but they're not teeth. I'll show you. Yeah. So yeah, now what these are called are pseudo-teeth. The truth of Pelagornis pseudo-tooth. There you go. Yeah. Let's do an image search for goose teeth. And here is a goose right there, and you see another example of pseudo-teeth. These are, I think, are soft tissue. So these are not bone and they're not beak. These are soft tissue little points right there on the tongue, on the fleshy tongue of this animal, but they're not true teeth. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Really cool, interesting stuff. Maybe if I search goose pseudo-teeth. Yeah. As rare as geese teeth? You've heard the expression as rare as hen's teeth. Well, how about geese teeth? The goose appears to have a complete double set of dentures, but those aren't really teeth, as they are serrations of the bill. The cutting edge of the bill is known as the tomium, plural tomia, and in birds like geese and the tomia are serrated and help them snip through grass stems. No extant birds, no living birds, have proper teeth. Proper teeth emerge from the gums and are covered with hard enamel. Animals like lizards, crocodiles, and mammals have proper teeth, But somewhere during the evolution of birds, this is when they evolved from dinosaurs, they lost the ability to produce enameled teeth. Interesting stuff. And thank you, cute pics of Donald Glover. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. So yeah. An evolution could give geese real tongue teeth? Sophie, that is unlikely because of what we call Dollo's Law. Let's go back a little bit to that. Dollo's Law. Here we go.
A thing called Dollo's Law. This suggests that when complex characters in the body are lost, they aren't...
So like teeth, when teeth are lost, because teeth are complicated. They've got the enamel part, and they've got the dentine part, and they've got the internal bone structure part, and they've got a root that goes down into the jaw. So when that sort of thing is lost in evolution, it is unlikely to come back.
Aren't regained because the genetic features that resulted in that loss are highly unlikely to reoccur. Basically, it's easier to lose a trait than it is to regain it.
So there you go. It is easier to lose a trait than it is to regain it. You heard it there. Teeth are a complicated thing, and when an animal loses them, they typically don't regain them. Because, like, that part is gone from their genetic code. They have done away with it. And it's really complicated. So it's like, shoot, how are we going to get that back? Just try something new. Like, make pointy parts of your beak instead, like in Pelagornis or something like that. You know? Yeah. You may not evolve scary teeth again. There you go, Sophie. Yes, indeed. So no legs for whales ever again. There you go, Newton Tango. No legs for whales ever again. They are stuck with living in the water for as long as whales are around. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
An example would be that modern whales don't have legs and modern birds don't have teeth, despite what we might have seen in older species. In the case of having more than 5 digits, it's rare to see that happen again in the fossil record.
Yep.
Although it has happened, life finds a way. In 2003, researchers found a fossil of a marine reptile from the Triassic period, 242 million years ago, with 7 digits on its front limbs.
Wait, what?
And 6 on its hind limbs.
I did not know about this.
Researchers believed that this was an example of convergent evolution, and that the organism in question would have led a largely aquatic life like Ichthyostega and Acanthostega. Maybe in those conditions, it's more advantageous to have more fingers. But it's been nearly 400 million years since the tetrapods first crawled onto land. Anything can happen, right? Well, maybe. Some lab experiments investigating digit development suggest that the genes that control it probably also play important roles in the development of other traits. And this might be the reason that we've never regained those lost digits. Too many other parts of the body would also be affected. So no matter how convenient it might seem to have 8 fingers for extra multitasking, we probably won't have to make an episode about how the tetrapods regain their toes anytime soon.
Interesting stuff. Very interesting indeed. Yeah. I bet it gives you 2 butts, says Clockwork Ninja. Why? What would be the competitive advantage to having 2 butts there, Clockwork Ninja? That seems like more of a hindrance than an advantage, you know? You could be the best violinist in the world? Hojo Cat, maybe, but would that actually translate into reproductive success and passing along your genes to the next generation? I don't know. Yeah. I didn't have any violinists in my high school band, so I would not know how reproductively successful they are. But looking at modern violinists, like, well, shoot, I don't know. I don't know how many offspring they have. So yeah. There you go, Big Tuna Neil. Is that really a viable defensive strategy? I wonder. I do wonder about that. Yeah. So anyway. This was a fairly new video from PBS Eons, if I recall correctly, but what is homology? Let's take a look at this real quick. because we're going to be assembling a baby Triceratops skeleton tomorrow. Shoot, some of the last parts are done. The 3D printing, the brain case, the vomers and other bones, and the left side postorbital horn are all done printing. For our baby Triceratops, we're going to be talking about the bones in this animal and how they tend to be very similar to the bones in your own body. They're the same bones. Why? Why? You're not a dinosaur. Why would you have the same bones as a dinosaur? And that's because this animal, this beautiful baby Triceratops right here, shares a common ancestor with you and with me. So their thigh bone, the femur, is the same. Their tibia and fibula are the same. Their, metatarsals are the same. Their caudal vertebrae, to the extent that those exist in humans, are the same. Their hip bones are the same. Their ribs are the same. They may be different shapes, but we're kind of dealing with the same basic ingredients here. That's because of what we call homology. Let's talk about homology a little bit here. And hopefully this video will be okay about that. Let's take a look.
Thanks for stopping by. Today we're talking about the differences between homologous structures and analogous structures.
There we go.
May come across in biology or evolution.
Yep.
Let's talk about homologous structures first. So homologous structures have a similar structure, meaning their anatomy or the bone structure
the same things.
Is similar.
So like the hips of a Triceratops, they do the same function as the hips in a human for the most part. They can also have differing function too.
They have a differing function, so a wing versus an arm versus a fin, for example.
Sure.
And they form from a common ancestor, so they have a common
ancestor. This is the really, really important feature that we're going to focus on tomorrow, is that they come from a common ancestor. For us and Triceratops, our common ancestor is like 320 million years ago, something like that. But we come from the same place. That's why we've got many of the same structures, is that we come from the same place. So our ancestor had the same bones and then split into us and the lineage that would give rise to Triceratops too. So yeah, same ancestor has got a huge impact there.
That gave them that structure.
Yeah.
Analogous structures, on the other hand, have a differing structure.
And Tea Time Cat says same number of bones to us. No, not that Tea Time Cat, because Triceratops, shoot, you look at this animal, it's got a long bony tail. Your tail, as a human being, Tea Time Cat, and my tail, very short. I mean, shoot. Let's look at, human skeletal caudal verts. So our tail here in our hips is extremely short. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then how many there are kind of embedded in the coccyx bone. Yeah, there you go. That actually didn't look right. There we go. So all these bones are fused up into the coccyx in us. So we have far fewer tail bones than a Triceratops would. So look there, long, beautiful tail, all these different tail vertebrae. There's got to be like at least 15 of those in there. You know? Do we have that many? No, we don't. In fact, most human anatomists might even count this as one bone, the coccyx. Some of you in chat may have been so unfortunate as to have broken your coccyx bone in the past. And this is really lousy. Yeah. And I'm trying to find... Give me a second here. Trying to find a clip from 30 Rock here. So hang tight, chat. Oh, I don't know if this is gonna come up. Shoot. Darn it, because this would have been perfect. Oh, goodness. I don't know if it's gonna be in here. Because it does reference the coccyx bone. And we had a reference to Donald Glover earlier in chat too, from a chatter, and Donald Glover did play a young Tracy Jordan in the show 30 Rock, and it's not gonna be in here, is it? Shoot. Curse intellectual property rights nonsense. Well, that was a bust. I'm sorry, chat. But yeah, those of you who are big 30 Rock fans already know what I'm talking about. So yeah. Just injuring the coccyx is very painful, says Darian Beagle. It is indeed. Yeah. Yes, indeed. And you redeemed a Dinosaur Deep Dive earlier? So you did, Bet Meddler. Let me look that up.
A real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
And thank you. Who is this? Ricky Rude Dog. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Bet Meddler, what was your dinosaur deep dive that you redeemed here? Give me a second. Let me find it. Dryocopus pileatus. Just taking a wild shot in the dark, Bet Meddler. Is that a pileated woodpecker? Dryocopus pileatus. I'm not familiar with that genus or species. There's our dinosaur deep dive roster. Dryocopus pileatus for I don't know why the font size has gotten so small there. But let's bring that up to 18, shall we? And that should be a lowercase p, not an uppercase p. What am I thinking? Dryocopus pileatus. Maybe we'll cover that later in this stream today. Ricky Rude Dog, great to have you here. How did you too? Welcome. Yeah. So yeah. And Sothi Saint Going Well says, if tails become desirable again, will we re-evolve it? I highly doubt it. Sothi Saint Going Well. I would say right now, probably no. Due to Dolo's law, the idea that we would re-evolve that, the odds are practically zero. Yeah, we'll take a look at that in a little bit. But right now, let's talk about analogous versus homologous structures.
Not have a similar anatomy, but they do share a function. It's a similar function. So
yeah. Anywho, this is a little bit dry, but you get the idea.
From a common ancestor.
So this is basically homology versus convergent evolution. Analogous structures are things that are evolved like convergently or something like that,
So let's look
where they're
at
not
some
related.
examples of homologous structures. So the arm of the monkey and the fin of a narwhal. Those would be homologous structures.
Yeah, they're
Similar
from a
structure,
same
but different
ancestor.
Function. Again, the wing of a bat and the leg of a mouse would be homologous structures.
Sure.
Some analogous structures examples. You can look at a bird.
It should really be the forelimb of a mouse, not the hind limb for the bat. That's not well done.
Wing of a bird versus the wing of an insect. Definitely a similar function, but not the same structure and not from a common ancestor.
There you go. Yeah.
Again, another.
So insects have 6 limbs. The wings are made from like a different structure entirely than the wing of a bird. So that is an analogous structure. They're both used as a wing, but they don't come from the same ancestral structure at all.
Example, the fin or wing of a penguin and the fin of a shark. They both use them to swim with, so a similar function, but a different structure.
And that, actually, I would disagree with that. No, those would be homologous. The forelimb of a shark and that's not a shark, by the way. Did he say shark? That's clearly a swordfish or a sailfish or a marlin. This is not good.
Again, another example, the fin or wing of a penguin and the fin of a shark. They both use.
Wrong on both counts. Incorrect. Oh, boy. So, yeah, that's not a shark. That's a marlin or a sailfish or something like that. I don't know. It's clip art. It's difficult to identify exactly. Look at his mouth. Anyway, no, this is actually homologous. This is the forelimb. This is the forelimb. This would be homologous. That's a really bad example. Let's see if we can find a better video, because this is not very good. It's really not. And it's tough, because here we've got like a creationist video right here, which is absolute garbage. In fact, if I have not yet taken a look at this, yeah, vote down. I know that downvotes are no longer really relevant for YouTube, but still. Anyway, this is from the Discovery Institute, which is a like creationist propaganda think tank, completely anti-science organization. Steer clear of that, chat. Steer clear of that. Not a whole lot of videos on homology. Here's one in a mathematical context that is completely different from what we're talking about in biology. And this here is probably also a mathematical context. Goodness. Let's talk about Dolo's law a little bit instead. Yeah. Let's talk about, well, these are generally pretty entertaining. Let's take a look at this from Seeker here. And yeah.
Our evolution seems pretty straightforward. Creepy lizardish thing to creepy raptor thing to slightly less creepy chicken. But what if evolution reversed itself?
What? Oh boy, we're off to a bad start already.
Hey everyone, Julia here for D News. Dolo's law, named after 19th century paleontologist Louis Dolo, states that once a structure is lost in evolution, it's lost forever. But sometimes, on a rare occasion, the past pops back up.
Usually in a
Researcher
different
Alexander
form.
Vargas and
Yeah.
others from the University of Chile, who analyzed modern birds, discovered one such case. They found an ancestral wrist bone may have made a comeback. The ancestors of some dinosaurs walked on all fours and needed strong wrists with 11 bones to support their weight. One of these bones is called the pisiform. When dinosaurs started walking on just 2 legs, the wrist changed a little bit. They weren't so—
What the heck is that? What is this supposed to be? What? This is not going
They weren't
well.
so good for getting around, but they were pretty good at tearing apart prey. In the change, they lost some weight and a couple of bones. This wrist had just 3. The pisiform either disappeared or became so soft it left no trace in the fossil record.
Noposaurus.
When dinosaurs
There
took
you
to
go.
flight, the wrist changed
Yes.
again to be a more flexible wing. These early bird-like raptors evolved a different type of wrist bone, the ulnar. To figure out the fate of the missing bone, the researchers examined evidence from both the fossil record and from the development of modern bird embryos. In developing embryos, they used a tracking technique using stains to see how the bones formed. Looking at the more modern birds, the researchers noticed that the ulnar was suspiciously present in the early stages of development, but wasn't present in the fully grown birds like previously thought. But there was a bone there in adult forms, and upon closer inspection, it was really just the missing pisiform back again. The researchers think the re-emerging bone is the result of vestigial genes. Vestigial limbs or organs, like our tailbone or appendix,
I did not hear anything about this. I wonder if this
remains of parts that are no longer
stood the
evolutionary
test of time or
advantageous,
this
so
was
they
a
either
flash in the
disappear
pan.
into our history or become almost useless. Over the millennia, the genes that coded for the pisiform were still there, they were just dormant, and when they were expressed again, they were no longer good for walking around on all fours, but they were great for flying. So the bone appeared, disappeared, and re-emerged to perform a different function, which is a radical concept for scientists. The idea of evolutionary reversal is still met with resistance. It goes against Dollo's law, which treats evolution like a one-way street, even though several cases of reversal happening have been identified. There's the
It's
case
pretty
of
rare,
the South
though.
American
That's the
frogs
thing.
who had teeth
Yeah.
re-emerging after 200 million years of absence. This recent research is just one piece of a puzzle that could turn one of the most closely held scientific concepts on its head.
And I would not call Dollo's law one of the most closely held scientific concepts. It's like, it's a thing where it's like, yeah, things like it seems like it works most of the time. It does not. This is not something that anybody treats as like holy writ like that. You know, like it works as much as it works, but if it doesn't work anymore, then it gets the boot. Like it. I don't know. I don't think anybody is treating it like that as one of the most closely held scientific concepts. Not in the least. Nowhere close to that, you know? I would be more than happy. In fact, I would be absolutely delighted, thrilled, overjoyed to take Dollo's law and throw it into the garbage. If it meant that living things can re-evolve traits that have been lost in their evolutionary past, that would be incredibly cool. It does not seem common at all, to the point where, like, it doesn't quite seem impossible, but instead, like, extremely improbable, you know? Yeah.
It's cool, it's weird, it's evolution. On that note, if you want your web presence to evolve, then consider buying a
Yeah, and we're not gonna watch their pitch there for this. Anyway, interesting stuff. With that being said, why don't we go ahead and take a look at... Oh boy. Let's take a look at a really, I guess, garbage video. Well, can we do better than this? Let's try and do better than this. Uh-oh. Well, okay, let's watch this right here. Here's a TED Talk. This is an official TED Talk, not a TEDx Talk. About dinosaur ontogeny. We're going to be talking about baby Triceratops tomorrow as we assemble our baby Triceratops skeleton here, which I'm very excited for. But, before we do that, let's talk a little bit about ontogeny. What is ontogeny, you might be wondering? What could ontogeny be? There you go, yes. Well, let's have my old boss, Jack Horner, explain this in a TED Talk. I think you'll enjoy it. And credentials for whom? Cheerful bloke, I don't know what you mean.
Tara asked for a show of hands or a clapping of people in different generations. I'm interested in how many are 3 to 12 years old.
Hopefully nobody chatting right now is between 3 and 12 years old, because that would be against Twitch TOS. But here in the audience, let's see how many of Jack's audience is between 3 and 12 years old.
I'm interested in how many are 3 to 12 years old. None, huh? All right, well, I'm going to talk about dinosaurs. Do you remember dinosaurs when you were that age?
Who remembers dinosaurs? A good number of people do. That's good. And you found a decent homology/analogy video? Oh, shoot. Maybe we'll take a look at that real quick, Diagonal. Let's take a look at that. Oh, interesting. Amrita, which means like long life, right?
Homology and analogy of plants and animals.
Ah, okay. Hang on a second here.
The central idea of biological evolution is that all life on Earth shares a common ancestor.
True. So far, so good.
Evidence for the theory of evolution. Homologous and analogous organs in animals and plants are considered to be major evidence in favor of the theory of evolution.
True.
Some traits in different organisms are similar because they inherited them from a common ancestor, and some similarities evolved in other ways.
This is true. So far, so good. Very nice.
These are called homologies and analogies.
Okay.
We will look at the different characteristics and identify the homologous and analogous organs in the plants and animals we have selected.
So far, the only thing I really have dispute with is her pronunciation, which, fair enough. Tomato, potato, different, you know, first language, fine. Yeah.
Homology.
Homology.
Homology is similarity in structure among different organisms, which is inherited from a common ancestor.
And that is not the common ancestor of these critters here. Holy cow. Does anybody who can tell me what this thing is? You might recognize it. This is an ancestral what? What is this critter the ancestor of? Oh, it's close to Andrew Sarchis. Kolek, that's a great answer. Great answer. I see some correct answers there in chat. Yes, indeed. Extra credit points to Kolek. But, here. Ancestral whale. And we will, at some point, get this same exact image. There it is right there. So they picked the wrong stock image for this right here. That's an ancestral whale. That's not the common ancestor of seals, humans, bats, and birds. The common ancestor of seals, humans, bats, and birds would look much more like this. Hylonomus, it would look like that. Oh boy, and for me to show you, let's see. So let's pick two of these. Let's try birds. There we go. Birds. And come on now. Scroll it down, please. Let's do birds and birds and mammals. Okay, anyway. The common ancestor of these two... Well, no. Mammals and birds. This is a little bit buggy, and I'm trying to get it to cooperate. And it's being... Oh man, is it being buggy. There we go. Let's try birds and humans. Let's see if it responds. Hold your horses. Let's see if it works. Anyway, the answer that's going to give us is somewhere along 350 million years ago, something like that, as the common ancestor between birds and mammals, and the page is unresponsive. Anyway, our common ancestor should not look like this. It's much more like this, or like this, or like this. A little kind of lizardy guy. Not a lizard. I want to make that very, very clear. This is not a lizard. This is tens or hundreds of millions of years before lizards evolved. This is something that looks like a lizard, but is not a lizard. It's got very, very many, differences there. It is not a lizard. So anyway, let's continue.
Similar in structure, the function of the structure is different in different organisms. Homology in animals. In animals, all the structures are similar. They have different functions in different animals. For example, the forelimbs of some animals have a similar set of bones because they derived from a common ancestor.
Have a good dinner, Ornis.
Depending
Glad
on
to have you
lifestyle,
here.
these bones have different shapes and will perform different functions.
Sure.
For example, let's look at organs such as bat's wing, wing of birds, seal's flipper, forelimb of a horse, and the human arm.
Yep.
We can observe that although the shape and size of the bones are not similar, there is still a similarity in their structure. They have the same set of bones, humerus, radius and ulna, carpals, and metacarpals.
There you go. Oh, that's beautiful.
Humans use the hand for
I love that.
doing work. Seals use flippers for swimming, and bats and birds use their wings for flight. The horse uses its forelimbs for running.
But it's got the same bones in there.
Plants. In plants as well as animals, we can also observe homologous structure.
Diagonal, is that why you suggested this? Because it talks about plants. Oh, man. Diagonal with a botany background here. Yeah. Yeah. Very, very nice. Oh, I appreciate this, Diagonal. I really do.
In some plants like pea and barberry, the leaves show a different function and shape from the leaves we normally see.
Huh.
The tendrils of the pea plant and spines of barberry plant are homologous organs.
They're homologous
showing
organs.
different
Interesting.
functions. The tendril of a pea is a modified leaf and is used for providing mechanical support for the
So
plant.
they'll wrap around a thing
In the
and
case
hold
of
it there.
barberry, the leaves are modified
into a
spine
spike.
and are meant for protection.
Yeah,
The tendril of a pea and spine of barberry originated from leaves, so they are homologous organs in plants
Very
but
cool.
have different functions. Analogy. Analogy is a similarity in function in different organisms due to evolution.
Yeah, so this is like they arrive at the same kind of structure independently. This is, they didn't share a common ancestor or not a very close one. And so they've kind of adopted the same kind of way of life. And so they evolve different structures that serve a similar purpose, if that makes sense.
Species may also have similar traits even though they are not related to each other.
So there's a flying squirrel up here with those skin flaps stretching between its leg and its arm for flying. That's like Rocky from Rocky and Bullwinkle fame. And this is a sugar glider, which is a kind of marsupial. This is much more closely related to a kangaroo than it is to a squirrel.
This usually results because the species live in similar environments, fill similar ecological roles, and through natural selection, the same type of structure is favored in different ancestors. The structures in this case are known as analogous structures. Analogy in animals.
So analog equals not related, not close related. Yeah, Sothi, exactly. Like, they kind of arrived at those two solutions independently of one another. It's not that they inherited that from their common ancestor. So it's like, you know, if we look back at the flying squirrel and the sugar glider right here, like, these evolved from two different ancestors, you know? Sure, they're both mammals, and they've both got fuzz and feed their young with milk and everything like that. They're both mammals, sure. But the flying squirrel evolved from an animal that looked like a regular tree squirrel that you would see on a tree outside your house. And a sugar glider evolved from something that would have looked kind of like a numbat or a wombat or a kangaroo, something like that. They evolved from like two different independent places, but they're both doing basically the same kind of job in their ecosystem, and so they evolved to look similar, almost by coincidence. It's like, it's not coincidence, it's convergence, you know? They're doing the same job, they've got the same evolutionary pressures exerted upon them, and so they evolve very similar structures like that, kind of a wingsuit kind of a deal. You know, these guys, you know, it's like an independent invention on either side of mammalia right here, in placental mammals and in marsupials. It's pretty wild stuff. It's really, really cool to think about. So, yeah, also moles and marsupial moles. That's a great example. Ice Clop, yes, indeed. Another wonderful example of convergent evolution. There you go, astronomy show. Yeah, convergent evolution. Yep. Yes, indeed.
The structures in this case are known as analogous structures.
Yeah, it's like an analog, you know?
Analogy in animals. An example of an analogous trait in an animal would be the wings of insects, feathers of birds, and wings of bats, which have common functions but different origins.
Really, really good example here. So they're built completely differently. So like the wings of insects like this are modified from like either antennae or from limbs. I don't really remember. That might still be a matter of debate right here. But anyway, completely different structure from the wings of birds who've got bones inside of there. And they've got a little hand right here made of bones. They've got all these feathers coming off of that to form the wing. A bat is totally different. And I wish they'd actually shown the fingers coming off. So that's the thumb of a bat right there. That might be the index finger. Third finger, that's the middle finger, ring finger, pinky finger. Each of those has long bones that go to there, and there's skin stretched in between them. Birds don't have skin stretching between their wings. They've got feathers instead. Because birds evolved from dinosaurs who already had feathers on their arms like that. Bats evolved from a little kind of mousy sort of mammal critter, and so their wings are made of stretched skin between those finger digits. Does that make sense? Yeah.
An analogous trait in an animal would be the wings of insects, feathers of birds, and wings of bats, which have common functions but different origins.
So they do the same thing. They're all using those wings for flapping and staying airborne, but they're like inherently different structures. These are not homologous. Instead, they're like analogies to each other. We call these analogous structures. They're made of different stuff, you know?
The wings of an insect originated from the inner or outer surface of the insect's body.
There you go.
Feathers of birds originated from the forelimbs, and wings of bats originated from both the forelimb and membranous skin of the abdomen.
Sure.
Analogy in plants. Take a look at the leaves of Opuntia and people plant. In the Opuntia, the stem is modified into a broad, succulent leaf-like structure which will perform photosynthesis in the same way as leaves. The people leaf is a normal leaf which will also perform photosynthesis. So both Opuntia and people leaves perform the common function of photosynthesis but have different structures. Therefore, they are analogous organs in plants. In the case of potato and sweet potato, we can observe that they have similar characteristics.
Oh, are potatoes and sweet potatoes not homologous? Do they only share?
try blaming the dinosaurs.
Oh, and
You
thank
know
you
what I
very
say,
much.
The Archaeopteryx catches the worm.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Tibb. Archaeopteryx, one of the earliest birds, catches the worm. Appreciate you, Mr. Tibb. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Different origins.
Different origins in
Potato is a
potatoes and sweet
modified
potatoes.
underground stem, which is meant for
Ah.
storage of food. It has eyes which represent nodes.
Huh.
Sweet potato is a modified underground root, which is also meant for storage of food. It has root hairs.
Root hairs?
Here are the main points you should know about homologous and analogous structures.
Huh. Anyway, yeah, I mean, the more you read about this kind of thing, the more it just kind of makes sense to you, and then you just kind of absorb it. Maybe don't try to study that super carefully. Just, read more about evolution, and you'll start to understand this sort of thing on more of an intuitive kind of a level. That's how I got it anyway. And, yeah, I don't know. I like to think that that works. So, yeah. But anyway, let's get back to my old boss, Jack Horner, right here. And we will let him talk a little bit about dinosaur ontogeny and why this is so important for understanding our baby Triceratops, which we will be assembling tomorrow. So let's get into this, shall we? Oh, interesting diagonal. Very interesting. Sweet potatoes are monocots? I did not know that. That's a major split in angiosperm evolution, right? Dicots versus monocots? That's like ornithischians versus saurischians in dinosaurs diagonal. That's really interesting. Yeah. But yeah.
Tara asked for a show of hands or a clapping of people in different generations. I'm interested in how many are 3 to 12 years old. None, huh? All right, well, I'm going to talk about dinosaurs. Do you remember dinosaurs?
And do you remember dinosaurs?
When you were that age.
Lots of people remember dinosaurs. Good for them. Yeah. So, what is this animal back here that is kind of the poster child for dinosaur ontogeny right there? Why? It's our very own Triceratops. Well, isn't that fancy? Very nice.
I'm going to talk about dinosaurs. Do you remember dinosaurs when you were that age? Okay.
I agree, Sophie. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Dinosaurs are kind of funny. I mean, we're going
to... I happened to turn that clip into an alert, which you'll see one of these days. But yeah, dinosaurs are kind of funny, They are.
Kind of go in a different direction right now. I hope you all realize that, right? So I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct. That's it.
It's another alert right there. Jack's full of them in this. This is great. Yeah.
People ask me a lot. One of the most asked questions I get is, why do children like dinosaurs so much? I mean,
what's the fascination? I actually have my own ideas about this. I will not share them in detail right now. We'll listen to what Jack has to say. But, yeah. Oscar Jr. wants to know, how realistic is the sick Triceratops from Jurassic Park? We might go into detail about that tomorrow, Oscar Jr. There are a number of inaccuracies there. But, shoot, maybe I can show you a clip of a video. Let's see here. Let's see if I can find this. Paleontologist watches Jurassic Park. There it is right there. So who's this dingus right here? Here he is watching Jurassic Park. with somebody who has never seen the film before. And holy how did this... Whoa, what? How did this work? Anyway, Triceratops frill. I did not put these scene things into here, but shoot, there it is. Yeah. Up and back to there. Sound on.
I was noticing the skin on the Triceratops frill.
Okay.
That was sick and laying on the ground, and it did look like coffee beans. But
It's like coffee beans, she says.
my question was,
Yeah.
what would it actually look like?
That is an excellent question. And if I were a paleontologist in, like, 1993, just after this movie came out, I'd probably say, well, it probably looked a lot like that. But nowadays, we have reason to believe that it would have looked a lot different from that. Oh, yeah. So you remember the animal in the film, what color was it?
It was like gray brown.
It's like boring.
It looked like mud.
Yeah.
Mud colored.
Nowadays, we actually have reason to believe that dinosaurs would have been a lot more brightly colored than that. Especially on, say, the frill area of a Triceratops.
Oh, yeah.
So, the ceratopsian dinosaurs, like the horned and frilled dinosaurs,
With
they have all
sincere
this really...
appreciation and gratitude, thank you very much for the 100 bits.
Appreciate you, David Trish. Thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate that. Wait, what? Ceratopsian dinosaurs, like the horned and frilled dinosaurs, they have all this really elaborate headgear, and it seems to evolve really quickly throughout their lineages. So you look at the evolutionary history of these animals.
Oh yeah, they're changing a lot.
Those parts are the parts that change the most quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And so these look like big display features. They're very showy, they're very garish. We have every reason to believe that these parts of these animals would have been very, very colorful. And I actually have direct evidence for this too. So there was a Triceratops specimen that I was preparing back in the Museum of the Rockies, and
I remember this.
I noticed this really weird structure over the top of its frill as I was chipping away at this in the lab. And I was talking to John Scannella, and he's like, I don't think you should chip that part away because that's really interesting looking. I kind of wonder whether this is like some remnant of the animal's keratin over the top of its frill. So you think of a lot of animals that have very bright, showy structures today, like, birds. Think of like a toucan or a hornbill. Mm-hmm. So these are animals that have big, showy structures on their heads. Those are composed of keratin. It's the same structure that we have that makes up our hair and our fingernails.
Yep.
And in things like birds, it tends to be very brightly colored. So these tend to be very showy features on these animals. And so we have evidence to believe now that the Triceratops actually would have had keratin that would have covered a good part of their frills. And actually would have been imbued with these really bright, vibrant colors. We don't really know why. Maybe this was like, sexual display. Maybe this is like interspecies display. We don't really know the why yet. But we have some idea that these animals had these big, showy structures covered in keratin.
Yep.
That would have been very brightly colored. And that includes the frill from the Jurassic Park Triceratops. So if somebody were to create a modern-day representation of that Triceratops, they would be pretty well advised to actually take that frill and make it really brightly colored and give it kind of a horny, sort of, fingernail-type covering over the top of it. And so that is something that somebody actually did. Let me show you. The game Saurian, which came out a number of years ago, the best dinosaur game I know of, available on Steam. Here's their Triceratops, and basically the whole face of this animal is covered by a kind of keratin structure like that, and it is brightly colored. like this. Not just over the horns, but over the entire face like that. This is almost certainly what these animals would have looked like, you know? Really, really cool. So, yeah. I hope that makes some sort of sense. So yeah, if the Jurassic Park Triceratops were to be made in the modern day, it should look something like this. This is the male Triceratops from the game Saurian, and shoot, there you've got a keratin-covered skull like that. You've got a, you know, relatively bright colors all over the body. This is a vibrant, showy, attention-grabbing animal. This enormous frill in these horns evolved for gaining attention. These are big, showy structures. These are like big, flamboyant, hey, look at me kinds of organs. It should not be brown, coffee bean colored like the Jurassic Park Triceratops. That's completely wrong, and we recognize that nowadays.
Did
so,
you
yeah.
ever, though,
yeah.
have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking? I'm
No.
destroying, never.
No, glue is cheap.
Hello.
Travel the World, holy cow, thank you for the 3 months of support, Travel the World. And you know what, Travel? I got that other package from you. Let me show you real quick. Travel the World, thank you so much for your support. Here we go, right here. Let me, so as not to dox you, let me cross off your name on this right here. There we go. Thank you, Travel, for sending this to me off of the Amazon wish list. Travel says, hi, Danny, FYI. There was no autofocus here. What's wrong with this? Come on. Come on, desk camera. You could do better than that. Configure video, and it's not working. Do I need to move this to get it to focus? Anyway, hi Danny, FYI, there were no white feathers available at the time of... There we go, it's just autofocused. Of purchase, you may want to see if they will be bringing them back or check another option. I will have to check on that. Thank you. Enjoy making your Velociraptor. I will use those precisely for this purpose. Travel the World, thank you so much for sending me these feathers right here. Pretty excellent. These will go into the production of my life-sized Velociraptor puppet. I cannot wait for that. There we go. Beautiful. We now recognize that dinosaurs like Velociraptor had feathers all over their bodies. This will go into helping make this puppet as authentic and realistic and scientifically accurate as possible. So thank you, Travel the World. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. Holy cow. So yeah. Good stuff. Travel, thank you. Holy moly. So yeah. Anyway, back to our video at hand here. We're going to talk about Triceratops in particular here. And talk about Triceratops ontogeny and the ontogeny of various different dinosaurs and why it's so important for understanding how these animals changed and evolved and grew and everything else. So let's continue.
What's the fascination? And I usually just say, well, you know, dinosaurs were...
Hang on. Oh, and before we get to that, let's see. We had a question from Kolek. What would dinosaur feathers have been like? Well, more like an emu's? No, for a Velociraptor, they would have been much more like a turkey or a chicken or a pigeon. They had full-on flight feathers with big old, like, veins on them like that. We've got feather attachment points, quill knobs on the forelimbs of Velociraptor. We know these animals had, like, full-on flight feathers, basically, despite the fact that they couldn't fly because they were too big and heavy. It's an interesting conundrum there. We'll talk about that later, I think. But yeah, let's get back to Jack and his talk about dinosaur ontogeny here.
Try not to go extinct.
There you go. Good advice.
People ask me a lot. In fact, one of the most asked questions I get is, why do children like dinosaurs so much? I mean,
why? Yeah.
What's the fascination? Huh. And I usually just say, well, you know, dinosaurs were big, different, and gone. They're all gone. Well, that's not true, but we'll get to the goose in a minute.
I have some other ideas about why dinosaurs appeal to kids so much. I think it's a lot of... There's some similar... It might be like similar ideas to why Pokemon appeal to children. We'll get into that in a little bit, or another time. But yeah, I've got some of my own ideas about this. Let's continue here. And you like Triceratops Amelia Bedelia? Well, holy cow, you will definitely want to tune in tomorrow, because we're going to be assembling this life-sized baby Triceratops skeleton live on stream. Shoot, here's one of its hip bones right here, which you can see. This is an ilium. You can see that right up there. See that? It's pointy in the back, blunt in the front. Just like that, blunt in the front, pointy in the back. You're looking at that same bone right there, the left ilium of a baby Triceratops. We'll be assembling this whole skeleton tomorrow, or as much as we can get to. We'll start it tomorrow, see how far we get. That should be a lot of fun. For right now, we're doing some background info. We're going to learn about dinosaur ontogeny, talk about how these animals changed as they grew and matured, which is particularly pronounced in Triceratops. So, yeah.
So that's sort of the theme. Ontogeny. Big, different, and gone.
Ontogeny. There you go, astronomy show. Yes.
The title of my talk, Shape-Shifting Dinosaurs, the Cause for a Premature Extinction.
And there's a juvenile Triceratops right there. This one's a lot bigger than the one that we'll be assembling tomorrow, which is probably half or a third, maybe even a quarter this size. But yeah, young Triceratops and an adult Triceratops. This is based on the AM&H Triceratops right here, the one at the American Museum of Natural History in New York City. You can tell based on how it is, you know? Based on the shape of the skull, you know? Yeah.
Now, I assume that we remember dinosaurs, and, you know, there's lots of different shapes, lots of different kinds.
Yep.
A long time ago, back in the early 1900s, museums were out looking for dinosaurs. They went out and gathered them up. And this is an interesting story. Every museum wanted a little bigger or better one than anybody else had.
True.
So if the museum in Toronto went out and collected a tyrannosaur, a big one, then the museum in Ottawa wanted a bigger one. And a
museum in Ottawa? What museum in Ottawa? I realize Jack is in Canada when he's giving this talk, so he's got to, like, tailor it to a Canadian audience, but Ottawa? What? And yes, unfortunately, Ice Clop, the baby dinosaurs also went extinct, except for birds.
Better one.
Yep.
And that happened for all the museums. So everyone was out looking for all these bigger and better dinosaurs. And this was in the early 1900s. By about 1970, some scientists were sitting around and they thought...
And Dinosaur Dave says, I had someone say to me the other day that only Horner and his flunkies... Oh, hang on a minute.
Once we knew only that they vanished. Now we know the dinosaurs ruled the land longer than any creature before them or since.
Creatrix Brit.
2_3D and their 20 raiders want to know more than that.
Thank you, Creatrix Brit, for your raid, and welcome to Paleontologizing.
The wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
And thank you, Creatrix Brit, for the 9 months of support. I really appreciate that. I really, really do. Thank you, thank you. How you doing, Brit? Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Now, Brit, how did your stream go? I hope it was wonderful. Hope you had a ton of fun. Thank you for bringing all your viewers here. Holy cow, it's a big raid. If anybody is here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself very briefly. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach to good folks like you, Darth Galam and Royal Nomi. How are you doing? Chewy2420. How you doing, everybody? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. Shoot. Yeah. Solar 3DP. What's shaking? Good to see you here, Solar. Yeah. Brit, how did your stream go? Tell me about it. I want to hear about it. You were doing some makers and crafting, it seems? Unless which is perfectly fair if you're totally exhausted after your stream. Streaming can be hard work, for certain. Especially if you're doing makers and crafting. I'd love to hear about how it went. Raiders, who are coming along with Creatrix Brit, maybe you have something to say about it. How was her stream? I hope it was really good. And I'm a little bit embarrassed here. But I'm gonna make myself vulnerable here, and I'm gonna ask a question. Creatrix Brit, are you the same wonderful streamer as Sith Lord Brit? And did you change your name recently?
Astonishing. Simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career. But enough about my work. What did you want to show me, Lisa?
Stephen Poole, 68, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. And you are one and the same. Well, very nice to hear. See, you know, take a hike, toxic masculinity. It pays to make yourself vulnerable and to ask dumb questions like that. Thank you, Creatrix Brit, formerly known as Sith Lord Brit. I had a hunch there, and thanks for confirming. I appreciate you, and I appreciate the raid even more. It's great to have you here, you know? Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Diagonal says the holotype for Daspletosaurus is in the museum in Ottawa. Is that true? Diagonal? I had no idea.
Serious game of paleontology.
Darth Gallum, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Well, shoot. Before we get back to my old boss, Jack Horner, talking about dinosaur ontogeny, I figure we've got some cool new people here who came along with Sith Lord Brit, or aka, excuse me, Creatrix Brit. She has ascended into a new name, Creatrix Brit. Gonna introduce some of the new folks to our good friend, previously recorded Danny, who's gonna tell them a thing or two about who I am, where I came from, what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch in the first place. So give me a 1 in chat if you'd like to meet previously recorded Danny. Because legend has it that if there are enough of the numeral 1 that appear in chat, and if the music stops, that previously recorded Danny is not far behind. This will not be the same video that we watched earlier. This will be a different one. I try and keep things as different as I can, keep things interesting. But he is already sneaking up behind me. Chat, previously recorded Danny has arrived, and he will give you the 101 as to what paleontologizing is all about, who I am, all that good stuff, and I can practically feel his breath on my neck right now. He is sneaking up behind me as we speak. Previously recorded Danny, you are awfully eager. Go ahead and take it away.
Well, thanks, present-day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
And they
movies.
said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Gasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Shurarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves spinosaurs, but I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am.
Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you to BC23D for the raid. Bliss9. Uh-oh. I would advise everybody maybe back away slowly right now and, take cover! Shoot!
Bliss9 is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you so much, Bliss9, for the 10 gift subs there. You have gotten us to our sub goal. Holy cow, thank you very, very much for the support. That is extraordinary. Thank you so much, Bliss9. I don't even know what to say. Thank you, thank you. Spectacular. Really awesome. Well, shoot, on today's broadcast, we've been talking about... Well, shoot, we're getting ready for tomorrow's broadcast, really. Where we will be assembling a full-size, life-size baby Triceratops skeleton. All 3D printed. Here are, hopefully, the last of the 3D printed parts right here. Finished on the printer over there. We're going to be assembling this bad boy live on stream and talking all about the anatomy of Triceratops and how it compares to our own anatomy as human beings. How we share many, if not most, if not nearly all, of the same bones. Just in slightly different configurations and different shapes for our different lifestyles, according to our evolutionary histories. We share a common ancestor. We, as humans, share a common evolutionary ancestor with Triceratops about 350 million years ago, something like that. And that's reflected in the commonalities in our skeletons. So we'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about dinosaur anatomy, and we'll also be talking about dinosaur ontogeny here. Ontogeny is how these animals change and develop as they grow. From a hatchling to a juvenile to an adult. So yeah. What time tomorrow will I start my stream? Probably around 1 p.m. Travel. We'll probably be getting into the assembly around 2 p.m. But yeah, I'll probably be starting around 1 p.m. Travel. Yeah. So yeah. We need to get you a bigger build plate printer, says PC2. Well, shoot. I don't know. I think I do pretty well with my current printer. I love my current printer right here. My little Prusa printer. It's pretty wonderful. And this thing has been a workhorse. I've had this for about 3 years now. It managed to print, shoot, everything you see here. Ceratosaurus, lungfish, Deinonychus, Iguanodon, Tyrannosaurus life-size, juvenile Tyrannosaurus skeleton, Camarasaurus, baby Triceratops skull, Stegosaurus, Smilodon back there, Telmatosaurus, Dilophosaurus, Euoplocephalus, and more. So much more. This printer is a real workhorse. I really love it. So, I don't know. I like my printer. But I appreciate the thought there, BC2. I really do. Yeah. You need a 400 by 400 by 400. It makes everything easy. And Chewy will clipper it as well. It's an interesting idea. I upgraded to a 0.8 millimeter nozzle, and that definitely did help speed things along in printing files like these. Significantly. That's been pretty good. But I don't know. I really like my printer. I don't know if I have room for a larger 3D printer. Yeah. And Dr. E says, my question is, how do you keep your beard so good looking when you're in the middle of nowhere? I'm not in the middle of nowhere right now, Dr. E. I'm here. First of all, thank you for the kind words. I appreciate those. But I'm here in the San Francisco Bay Area right now. This is as far from the middle of nowhere as you can get. You know, I will be streaming from the middle of nowhere this summer. You can tell me how good or bad my beard looks then. When I'm streaming from the middle of nowhere, Wyoming, middle of nowhere, Montana, middle of nowhere, Utah. Be 100, 150, 200 miles from the nearest town. You tell me then. How's that sound? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. And Prusa is nice. It is, BC. It is indeed. Yes. Prusa's just run. Yeah, I assembled this one myself, by the way. Despite that, it's been working like a champ ever since I built it. So yeah. When the beard gets blocky and squarey. Yeah, that's more of a resolution issue there, Were Ducky. How you doing, Were Ducky? Long time no see. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to my old boss, Jack Horner, whom you saw in the video. Let's talk about dinosaurs here. Look at all those chickens. Thank you, Were Ducky. Oh. For the follow? I thought you followed a while ago, Were Ducky. Am I mistaken? Am I grievously in error here? Apologies, Were Ducky, but thank you for that follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Apparently not. There you go. Appreciate you, Ducky. I really do. Here, let's take a look at this talk by my old boss, Jack Horner, about shape-shifting dinosaurs. The cause of a premature extinction? This is about dinosaur ontogeny. So we're talking about baby Triceratops, which will be assembling tomorrow. Baby Triceratops right here. Let's get into it.
We remember dinosaurs, and, you know, there's lots of different shapes, lots of different kinds. A long time ago, back in the early 1900s, museums were out looking for dinosaurs.
This is
true.
They went out
and gathered them up.
Really?
This is interesting.
Spared no expense.
And thank you, Oscar Juniors, for gifting Were Ducky.
They have
really
given
appreciate
11
that,
gift
Oscar.
subs in
Thank
the
you,
chat.
thank you.
Excellent. Every museum wanted a little bigger or better one than anybody else had. So if the museum in Toronto went out and collected a Tyrannosaur, a big one, then the museum in Ottawa wanted a bigger one and a better one. And that happened for all the museums. So everyone was out looking for all these bigger and better dinosaurs.
And apologies to the museum in Ottawa. Apparently you have the holotype of Daspletosaurus. My apologies for disparaging you in however a flippant way. Ottawa, respect. Okay? Yeah.
And this was in the early 1900s. By about 1970,
1970 is around the year that Daspletosaurus was first described, was it not? In fact, I want to say it was 1970 that Daspletosaurus was first published on. Somebody check on that.
some scientists were sitting around and they thought, what in the world? Look at these dinosaurs. They're all big. Where are all the little ones? And they thought about it and they even wrote papers about it. Where are the little dinosaurs?
Like a baby Triceratops, for instance.
Well, go to a museum, you'll see. See how many baby dinosaurs there are. People assumed, and this was actually a problem, people assumed that if they had little dinosaurs, if they had juvenile dinosaurs, they'd be easy to identify. You'd have a big dinosaur and a littler dinosaur. But all they had were big dinosaurs. And it comes down to a couple of things. First off, scientists have egos.
This is true. Despite the ideals of science, despite, us trying to rise above the petty quarrels of non-science endeavors, scientists are still human beings, and we do have egos. And scientists like to name new species. Paleontologists love to publish on a new species. And this is not some, it's like a, kind of a nebulous general tendency, all other things being equal, we like to name different species. No, it's like, no, this is far more pronounced than that. Paleontologists love to name new species of animals, especially dinosaurs. And this has had a profound effect on our understanding of the diversity of dinosaurs, as Jack will tell you.
And scientists like to name dinosaurs.
Yes.
They like to name anything. Everybody likes to have their own animal that they named. And so every time they found something that looked a little different, they named it something different.
True.
And what happened, of course, is we ended up with a whole bunch of different dinosaurs.
And Chewy says, didn't they name them after themselves? No, Chewy. That is actually against the rules. You can't do that. According to the ICZN, the International Code on Zoological Nomenclature, ICZN code. Here's the code online. The International Commission on Zoological Nomenclature. You cannot name an animal for yourself. Like, you cannot name it after yourself. If I were to find a new species of stegosaur, I could not name it, Enduzosaurus Menispikius. Against the rules. Could not do that, nor would I want to. That's a dumb name. So yeah, you're not allowed to do that, according to the rules. The International Commission of Zoological Nomenclature rules against that. Some scientists have tried to skirt the rules, and it's not gone well. You get dinosaur names like Raptor Rex, which is one of the dumbest names anybody has ever come up with, based on a specimen that was stolen from China. It's just, everything about this taxon is a red flag. Don't get me started on Raptor Rex. But really, really bad. And it was actually named after one of the guys who is an author on the paper. Just, incredibly scummy. This thing should have been absolutely rejected in review, but instead it made it through to Science Magazine, which is supposed to be a respected high-profile journal, and they completely dropped the ball in review and let this thing through, which is complete garbage science. And anyway, What do you expect from a high-profile journal these days? They're tabloids. Anyway.
In 1975, a light went on in somebody's head. Dr. Peter Dodson at the University of Pennsylvania actually realized that dinosaurs grew kind of like birds do.
They do.
Which is different than the way reptiles grow. And in fact, he used the cassowary as an example. And it's kind of cool. I mean, if you look at the cassowary or any of the birds that have crests on their heads, they actually...
Yeah, like a skull crest on their head like this. Not something that's made of feathers, but it's something that's made of bone. You know, they'll be almost full grown, and the crest hasn't really... The crest is just kind of barely there, you know? Yeah. Really interesting. We'll be talking about this tomorrow with our Triceratops, too. Our baby Triceratops just has the tiniest little nubbins for horns. Like, would you like to see a baby Triceratops brow horn? You know, the big horns that come off of the head? Above the eyes? Would you like to see a baby Triceratops brow horn? As we have represented in the fossil record? Let me show you. Here in this bag, and it might take me a minute to find.
Astonishing. Simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career.
Thank you, Chewy.
But enough about my work. What did you want to show me, Lisa?
Thank you, Chewy, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's gonna take too long to find this, so I'm just gonna jump this out on the floor, and we will see if I can find it. There we go. Would you like to see the horn of a baby Triceratops? Of course you would. All right, you ready? There it is. That is the brow horn of a baby Triceratops. It is barely even there. This is like smaller than my pinky finger. Holy cow, that is a baby Triceratops brow horn. Yeah, this is what we call allometry, allometric growth. As Jack is talking about right here. So yeah. And we'll be assembling this tomorrow, by the way. So yeah, stay tuned for that. Let's see what Jack has to say about this.
The cassowary as an example, and it's kind of cool. I mean, if you look at the cassowary or any of the birds that have crests on their heads, they actually grow to about 80% adult size before the crest starts to grow. Now think about that. I mean, they're basically retaining their juvenile characteristics very late into what we call ontogeny. So allometric cranial ontogeny is relative skull growth. Okay? So you can see that if you actually found one that was 80% grown and you didn't know that it was going to grow up to a cassowary, you would think they were two different animals.
Yeah, totally.
Right? So this was a problem, and Peter Dodson pointed this out using some duck-billed dinosaur ontogeny, a thing called Hypacrosaurus. And he showed that if you were to take a baby and an adult and make an average of what it should look like if it grew in sort of a linear fashion, it would have a crest about half the size of the adult. But the actual subadult, the 65%, had no crest at all.
Interesting.
So this was interesting.
Yeah.
So this is where people went astray again. I mean, if they'd have just taken Peter Dodson's work and gone on with that, then we would have a lot less dinosaurs than we have.
This is fundamentally important for our modern understanding of dinosaurs. In fact, a lot of paleontologists today haven't really taken this lesson to heart. It continues to create problems even in this current year, 2023. So yeah, Could you break down that word ontogeny, says Where Ducky? I mean, there's not much to break down. I don't know. We can look up ontogeny here. Let's see. Ontogeny definition. The branch of biology that deals with ontogenesis. That's not very helpful. Anyway, Merriam-Webster. The development or course of development, especially of an individual organism. That's kind of the life history of an individual. The growth of an individual from an embryo to an adult is ontogeny. That's what that means. An individual, one specific individual living thing, like you or like me, or like your dog or cat or wallaby, or whatever kind of pet you might have. Yeah, that's what we're talking about here. Does that make sense? That's ontogeny. Yeah.
But scientists have egos. They like to name things.
Yeah.
And so they went on naming dinosaurs because they were different. Now, we have a way of actually testing to see whether a dinosaur or any animal is a young one or an older one. And that's by actually cutting into their bones. But cutting into the bones of a dinosaur is hard to do, as you can imagine, because museums' bones are precious, right? You go into a museum and they take really good care of them. They put them in foam little containers, and I mean, they're very well taken care of.
Yep.
They don't like it if you come in and want to saw them open and look inside.
No, they don't. Typically, no.
They don't normally let you do that. But I have a museum, and I collect dinosaurs, and I can saw mine open, so that's what I do. So, if you cut open a little dinosaur, it's very spongy inside, like A. And if you cut into an older dinosaur, it's very massive. It's very, I mean, you can tell it's mature bone, so it's real easy to tell them apart.
So yeah. Newton Tango says the first dinosaur name wins out if named twice, right? Correct, Newton Tango, which we'll get into in the latter part of this TED Talk. Yes, indeed. And hello to you, Coley Online. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Great to have you here. And you can dig it? I know you can, George from New York. Welcome back, George. Good to see you.
What I want to do is show you these in North America, in the northern plains of the United States,
important.
And the southern plains of Alberta and Saskatchewan. There's this unit of rock called the Hell Creek Formation that produces the last dinosaurs that lived on Earth. And there are 12 of them that everyone recognizes.
12 primary dinosaurs that went extinct at the end of the Hell Creek. This is important. Take note of these right here.
I mean, there are 12 primary dinosaurs that went extinct. And so we will evaluate them. And that's sort of what I've been doing. So my students, my staff, we've been cutting them open. Now, as you can imagine, cutting open a leg bone is one thing, but when you go to a museum and say, you don't mind if I cut open your dinosaur skull, do you? They say, go away. So here are 12 dinosaurs, and we want to look at these three first. So these are dinosaurs that are called pachycephalosaurs, and everybody knows that these three animals were related, and the assumption is that they're related, you know, like cousins or whatever, but no one ever considered that they might be more closely related. In other words, people looked at them and they saw the differences. And you all know that if you are going to determine whether you're related to your brother or your sister, you can't do it by looking at differences, right?
Nope.
You can only determine relatedness by looking for similarities. So people were looking at these and they were talking about how different they are. Pachycephalosaurus has a big big thick dome on its head, and it's got some little bumps on the backs of its head, and it's got a bunch of gnarly things on the front of its nose. And then Stygimoloch, another dinosaur from the same age, lived at the same time, has spikes sticking out the back of its head. It's got a little tiny dome, and it's got a bunch of gnarly stuff on its nose. And then there's this thing called Dracorex, Hogwarts eye. Guess where that came from? Dragon. So here's a dinosaur that has spikes sticking out of its head, no dome, and gnarly stuff on its nose. Nobody noticed the gnarly stuff sort of looked alike, but they did look at these three and they said, these are three different dinosaurs, and Dracorex is probably the most primitive of them, and the other one is more primitive than the other. It's unclear to me how they actually sorted these three of them out. But if you line them up, if you just take those three skulls and just line them up, they line up like this. Dracorex is the littlest one. Stygimoloch is the middle-sized one. Pachycephalosaurus is the largest one, and one would think, that should give me a clue. But it didn't give them a clue.
Uh-oh.
Because, well, we know why. Scientists like to name things. So, if we cut open Dracorex, I cut open our Dracorex, and look at it, it was spongy inside. Really spongy inside. I mean, it is a juvenile and it's growing really fast. So it is going to get bigger. If you cut open Stygimoloch, it is doing the same thing. The dome, that little dome is growing really fast. It's inflating very fast. What's interesting is the spike on the back of the Dracorex was growing very fast as well. The spikes on the back of the Stygimoloch are actually resorbing.
They're getting smaller.
They're getting smaller.
Yeah.
The dome is getting bigger. And if we look at Pachycephalosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus has a solid dome, and its little bumps on the back of its head were also resorbing. So just with these three dinosaurs, you can easily, as a scientist, we can easily hypothesize that it is just a growth series of the same animal. Which, of course, means that...
Well, these are the same critter, all three of them. Which means, as somebody was pointing out in chat earlier, the animal that was named first is the animal that gets to keep its name. So Pachycephalosaurus, which happens to be the adult here, Pachycephalosaurus is the name that was published first in the scientific literature, so that's the name that stays. So Stygimoloch and Dracorex, those names no longer used.
Stygimoloch and Dracorex are extinct.
There you go.
Okay. Which, of course, means we have 10 primary dinosaurs to deal with.
Well, shoot.
So,
and this, I think this talk came out in what? What year was this? 10 years ago, February 9th, 2012. I think this might have been just after or just before the paper that was published. They show that the extinction date is not 65 million years ago, it is 66. So yeah, this is now very much out of date. Old talk.
Of mine at Berkeley.
Anyway.
He and I were looking at Triceratops. And before the year 2000, now remember, Triceratops was first found in the 1800s. Before 2000, no one had ever seen a juvenile Triceratops.
And this is true. I mean, there's one specimen published by Barnum Brown, I think, of a subadult Triceratops or something from around 1916, something like that. But yeah, basically before 2000, no one had ever seen a juvenile Triceratops. Jack is completely right about this. We will all be seeing a juvenile Triceratops tomorrow while assembling this live on stream. But yeah, shoot, Jack is right.
Before 2000, no one had ever seen a juvenile Triceratops.
Right.
There's a Triceratops in every museum in the world.
Almost,
but
yeah.
No one had ever collected a juvenile.
Why?
And we know why, right? Because everybody wants to have a big one.
Yep. Mini Monster. Thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. Great to have you here.
So everyone had a big one. So we went out and collected a whole bunch of stuff, and we found a whole bunch of little ones. They're everywhere. They're all over the place.
Very cool
so
orchid. Very nice.
At our museum. And everybody says because I have a little
orchid. If you'd like to share some of those photos in the Discord, I'd love to take a look at them. Yeah.
Little museum where you have a little.
Right, let's go back a little bit.
Ones. They're everywhere. They're all over the place. So we have a whole bunch of them at our museum.
There are a lot of juvenile Triceratops at Museum of the Rockies. In fact, Museum of the Rockies has the most complete ontogenetic series of Triceratops anywhere on the globe. Here we go. Trying to find you a decent picture here. That's super grainy, but it'll still kind of work. Baby, slightly larger baby, small juvenile, large juvenile, subadult, and adult. There's even more than this represented here in the actual collections for Triceratops. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
And everybody says because I have a little museum. Where you have a little museum, you have little dinosaurs.
And hey, thank you, Hino, for being here. Welcome.
If you look at the Triceratops, you can see it's changing. It's shape-shifting.
And where Ducky says, again, the back of the head crest spikes lose definition over the lifespan. They do. We call these the epis. Those are little spikes. So they appear as little crenulations on our baby Triceratops. This is the same growth stage that we'll be assembling tomorrow, as that's the one that it will fit here in my office. As a juvenile, those spikes on the squamosal and the parietal. This is the parietal bone up here. This is the squamosal bone. We'll learn the difference tomorrow. They're big and triangular shaped. They're like big old Doritos right there. And then as the animal matures, those Doritos start to flatten out a little bit. They start to squish on to the edge of the frill. And eventually they actually fuse on like that. They become less and less sharp. And they kind of just squish onto the edge right here. And then when you've got an adult Triceratops, they're like barely even gentle bumps. They go from really spiky spikes like this, which are like not even attached, to squished on lumps that are barely even visible in an adult. Really interesting stuff. These are changes through ontogeny. No more Dino Doritos. There you go, Newton Tango. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So yeah.
As the juveniles are growing up, their horns actually curve backwards.
Yep, they go.
And then as they get older, the horns grow forward.
Start to curve forwards like
cool.
that.
If you look
Yeah.
along the edge of the frill,
this is what we're talking about. Those epis, those episquamosals on the side here, and the epiparietals up here. This is the parietal bone, so these are called epiparietals. There you go, diagonal. Yes, Dorito emotes. Yes. They are like little Doritos on the side there. And then later they squish on, and they're not even ruffles or lays. They're just like, they're just part of the skull, you know? After a while, they just squish on to the sides like this as the animal grows and develops. Watch.
Forward. And that's pretty cool. If you look along the edge of the frill, they have these little triangular bones.
Yep, epis.
That actually grow big as triangles, and then they flatten against the frill, pretty much like the spikes do on the Pachycephalosaurs.
There you go.
And then,
yeah.
Because the juveniles are in my collection, I cut them open.
Yep.
And look inside. And the little one is really spongy. And the middle-sized one is really spongy, but what was interesting was the adult Triceratops was also spongy, and this is a skull that is 2 meters long.
What the heck?
It's a big skull. But there's another dinosaur that is found in this formation that looks like a Triceratops, except it's bigger.
Ooh, and we'll get to that in a second. Mech Matt, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Does this coincide with them being more aggressive as they get older? Seems like going from a defensive setup to offensive. It doesn't seem to be anything like that. I mean, shoot. If anything, they would be going from more aggressive when they're younger to less aggressive when they're older, perhaps, because like when you're a juvenile, everything is trying to eat you because you're really, really small and vulnerable. When you're a big old triceratops the size of a bus, very few dinosaurs are going to try and eat you, you know? You've got T-Rex, and that's about it. So, yeah, it doesn't seem to be correlated with aggression or anything like that. There's something else going on here, which is interesting. Yeah. So yeah, a tetraceratops. You know, let's take a look.
Big skull. But there's another dinosaur that is found in this formation.
Ooh, who is that?
That looks like a triceratops, except it's bigger, and it's called Torosaurus. And Torosaurus, when we cut into it, has mature bone. But it's got these big holes in its shield, and everybody says, a Triceratops and a Torosaurus can't possibly be the same animal because one of them's bigger than the other one.
I mean, he's not kidding. That is part of the reasoning for why Torosaurus and Triceratops can't possibly be the same animal. Oh, boy. And if you look at the epis on this guy, they are completely flattened against the frill right here. This is a beautiful MOR specimen, probably the best Torosaurus specimen in the entire world. And yeah, it is very clearly a very, very mature animal. Interesting.
And it has holes in its frill. And I said, well, do we have any juvenile Torosauruses? And they said, well, no, but it has holes in its frill. So one of my graduate students, John Scannella, looked through our whole collection, and he actually discovered that the hole starting to form in Triceratops.
And we've got multiple Triceratops specimens that are fenestrated like this. They're starting to develop a fenestra between the parietal and the squamosal, just like in, in the squamosal, just like in Torosaurus right here. But unfortunately, those are not yet published. And I really, really wish that they would just go ahead and publish these darn things, because that would help settle this once and for all. But it's not necessarily in everybody's best interest to publish right away. Some people would prefer to see this debate go on for another half century. Anywho. Yeah.
And of course, it's open in Torosaurus. So he found the transitional ones between Triceratops and Torosaurus, which was pretty cool. So now we know that Torosaurus is actually a grown-up Triceratops.
And Dinosaur Dave, if you're still here, I'm sorry I missed your question earlier. That got scooped by a raid or something. But shoot, a lot of paleontologists, if you talk to them about, a lot of people who work on dinosaurs, if you talk to them about Torosaurus versus Triceratops, probably the majority of paleontologists nowadays will say, oh yeah, Torosaurus, it's got to be a different dinosaur from Triceratops, because, you know, one of them's bigger than the other, and it's got holes in its frill, and we've got specimens of it from from earlier in the Cretaceous, and I really, really wish that the people who are looking after these fenestrated Triceratops specimens would finally publish them to show once and for all that there are beautiful, beautiful in-betweens here. Yeah.
Now, when we name dinosaurs, you know, when we name anything, the original name gets to stick and the second name is thrown out.
Yeah.
So, Torosaurus. is extinct.
Because Triceratops was named earlier.
Triceratops, if you heard the news, a lot of the newscasters got it all wrong. They thought Torosaurus should be kept and Triceratops thrown out, but that's not going to happen.
In fact, actually, I bet you, I feel like I should show you a video about that real quick. Yeah.
Ontogeny.
It is due to ontogeny. Yes, indeed. Where was that? Here we go. Just complete garbage. Badly produced video.
Triceratops is a super recognizable dinosaur, but we are basing our idea of our Triceratops on something that is not so solid.
This is from D News, which is this actually associated with Discovery Channel? Because if it is, this is doubly shameful. They got this very, very badly wrong. Oh boy.
Howdy gang, Trace here. Thanks for watching D News. I loved dinosaurs as a kid. Maybe you did too. One of my favorite...
Loved. Past tense. Kind of a red flag, you know? If anybody ever stopped loving dinosaurs, you gotta wonder, what in your life happened that you stopped loving dinosaurs? Why did you sell your soul? Or why was it stolen from you? You know? Gotta wonder about that.
Favorites was the Triceratops. It had these big spikes on its head and
horns,
like a shield carapace. Who was not here
frill.
For anyway,
oh
recently,
boy.
Some research was published that said the Triceratops was not real.
And he's got that completely wrong. Nobody ever said that Triceratops was not real. It's that Torosaurus is a junior synonym of Triceratops. Completely flipped. Got it twisted completely wrong.
A Triceratops skeleton is an extremely rare find. Like, there are only a handful of them on Earth.
I personally have dug up like between 20 and 30, 20 and 40, maybe different Triceratops specimens just over the course of my short career so far. Triceratops is one of the most common dinosaurs on the planet. It is extremely common. This is completely wrong. Just... oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Mini Monster says, welcome, Mini Monster. Good to have you here. Is the hole forming because of the crown never stops growing at one time? No more gas, so flat and the hole forms? It seems to be more for like a weight-saving measure. As the frill continues to lengthen in the back, a hole kind of opens up in order to make it more lightweight. That seems to be the idea, but... yeah. Anywho, let's continue.
Out in Wyoming this week, paleontologists unearthed a new Triceratops skeleton. They already think that this might be the most complete skeleton ever found, which means that there's half of it. There's half.
We've got complete Triceratops skeletons from multiple sites. This guy, I don't know where he's getting this information. It bugs me that he's so smug about it, because it's completely wrong.
He also discovered the Torosaurus, which he believed to be a cousin of the Triceratops. Since then, many, many, many skulls have been unearthed, but only 3 good skeletons.
No, not just 3. I've personally dug up more good Triceratops skeletons than that. Personally, just me, just little old Danny Anduza. Personally dug up more than 3 good Triceratops. Oh, this bugs me to no end.
It's not a lot. And back in the 1880s, Marsh made a higher species designation on even less. Most of the time, paleontologists only dig up bits and pieces.
There's our Berkeley, library Triceratops. There's our baby Triceratops there.
Whole skeletons. They never actually see the full picture. Fast forward to the modern day and enter famous doctors Jack Horner and John Scannella. These guys spent 10 years analyzing skulls from the Triceratops and the Torosaurus, which, again, Marsh thought were different. These guys disagreed. These two paleontological experts say the Triceratops is in fact a teenage version of the Torosaurus. The Torosaurus,
which, since Triceratops was named first, that's the name that gets to stay. Torosaurus, and this gets the boot. This is a Torosaurus specimen from earlier in the Cretaceous period. Earlier than this Triceratops. Due to heterochrony, it's going to look different. You're going to have the fenestration happening earlier in ontogeny. That's how heterochrony works. This is basic stuff.
It has a slightly different angle on its horns, and it's larger with more holes and frills. But the name will remain Triceratops. So for the 5 of you who have heard of the Torosaurus, we're sad too. How did this happen? How did my childhood get tricked? Well, Marsh was in competition with...
Wait. So he just admitted, this video is all over the place. Ugh, garbage. Anyway, let's get back to Jack. And let's let him talk about this.
Thrown out.
Yeah.
So, Torosaurus is extinct.
Yeah.
Triceratops, if you heard the news, a lot of the newscasters got it all wrong. They thought Torosaurus should be kept and Triceratops thrown out, but that's not going to happen. All right, so we can do this with a bunch of dinosaurs. Here's Edmontosaurus and Anatotitan. Anatotitan, giant duck.
Yeah.
Giant duck-billed dinosaur. So here's another one. So we look at the bone histology. The bone histology tells us that Edmontosaurus is a juvenile, or
at least not somatically mature.
And the other one is an adult, and we have an ontogeny, and we get rid of Anatotitan. So we can just keep doing this. And the last one is T-Rex. So there's these 2 dinosaurs, T-Rex and Nanotyrannus. Again, makes you wonder.
Oh, boy.
But they had a good question. They were looking at it and they said, one's got 17 teeth and the biggest one's got 12 teeth. And that doesn't make any sense at all because we don't know of any dinosaurs that gain teeth as they get older. So
he means lose teeth, but yeah.
It must be true. They must be different. So we cut into them.
Yep.
And sure enough, Nanotyrannus has juvenile bone, and the bigger one has more mature bone. Looks like it could still get bigger.
Yep.
And at the Museum of the Rockies where we work, I have 4 T-Rexes, so I can cut a whole bunch of them. But I didn't have to cut any of them, really, because I just lined up their jaws, and it turned out that the biggest one had 12 teeth, and the next smallest one had 13, and the next smallest had 14, and of course Nano has 17, and we just went out and looked in other people's collections, and we found one that has sort of 15 teeth. So
there you go.
Again, real easy to say that Tyrannosaurus ontogeny included Nanotyrannus.
Yep.
And therefore we could take out another dinosaur.
Sunk.
So, when it comes down to our end Cretaceous, we have 7 left. And that's a good number. That's a good number to go extinct, I think. Now, as you can imagine, this is not very popular with 4th graders. 4th graders love their dinosaurs. They memorize them. And they're not happy with this.
They're not.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, there you go. Yeah. Dinosaur ontogeny is extraordinarily important to understand. For over a century now, dinosaur paleontologists have basically looked at the gross anatomy of dinosaurs and said, oh, well, if it looks different, it must be a new species or a new genus. Now we actually have the tools for figuring that out in an objective way. Through histology, we can cut open those bones, look at the growth signatures inside, and determine, is this actually a new adult dinosaur? Or is this just a juvenile of a dinosaur that we already know of? Or is this perhaps an adult of a dinosaur that we already know from a juvenile stage? This allows us to actually look at this in a controlled, scientific way. And a lot of paleontologists are still very opposed to this idea, unfortunately. But this is the wave of the future. And if you really want to understand dinosaur paleobiology, you gotta do histology. That is the bare minimum nowadays. You have to do this kind of analysis if you want to actually do rigorous dinosaur science. Without that, you're nowhere. So yeah. And MechMatt says, what if everyone totally agrees that the second name was better? MechMatt, then you would have to actually proposition the ICZN. The International Commission on Zoological Nomenclature. You would have to write a special note to them, and this has happened before. There was a time where, I think Stephen Jay Gould actually mentioned this, or chronicled this in one of his essays. Boa constrictor was a, it's not in here, shoot. Anyway, you can commission, or you can petition, excuse me, the International Code on Zoological Nomenclature. You can write letters to them, you can try and get other paleontologists or other scientists to sign these. You can send it into them, but this is like the international governing body about this kind of thing, and if they say no, oftentimes their word goes on this. But there's kind of a way around that. If you convince other scientists in your field to use a different name, and they all just start using that, and everybody is using this in their publications, as they publish in the scientific literature, they're using this same name, then that counts too, you know? Like, collective action also works in that regard, you know? You don't necessarily have to, you know, to entreat some overweening central governing body. You can get all your buddies to try and do the same thing. If you can convince them that you've got a good case, then you can do that too. So yeah. Maybe similar to losing Pluto as a planet, it's kind of like that, MechMatt, except apparently with astronomy, they actually have like an international body that like votes on this kind of thing. And so we in the biological sciences don't have that. We have the ICZN, but that's about it, you know? There's no, like, international governing body of biologists and paleontologists who do this kind of thing. Doesn't work that way. So, yeah. And Ice Clap says, one day I will name an egg Pico Tyrannus. Oh, no! I've made this same joke before, and someday somebody's gonna do that. Oh, boy. Yeah. And the Thagomizer Linina, that was just somebody using it in a publication, yeah. That was Ken Carpenter, I believe, just using it in a publication. So yeah. And Diagonal, but there you go, yeah, you gotta petition people with the rules. See, Diagonal knows what he's talking about, as usual. Yes. So yeah, can I afford eggs? I cannot, Kennedy, no. No, send more subs. I don't eat eggs myself, Kennedy. What do I buy? A lot of rice and beans, tofu once in a blue moon, you know, stuff like that. You know, I make the most out of what I can afford, Kennedy. So yeah, I can't afford eggs. It's too expensive. Chicken eggs? Are you kidding me? Holy cow, these things are expensive.
Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
Well, thank you, MechMatt, for the Prime sub. Maybe I can afford a single egg now, MechMatt. Thank you. No, earnestly. No jokes aside. All jokes aside, MechMatt, I appreciate your support. Thank you for helping support science outreach here on Twitch. I appreciate that a lot. I know you only get 1 Prime sub per month. While it doesn't cost you anything, apart from what you're paying for Amazon Prime, it's free for you as an Amazon Prime subscriber. You get 1 free Prime sub per month, but it makes a big difference to me. So thank you, MacMatt. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. An egg on me, please. Thank you, MacMatt.
Prehistoric horrors.
Friendly Neighborhood Mexican. Muchas gracias por seguirme. Y bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. No soy mexicano, pero soy puertorriqueño. Mis ancestros son de Puerto Rico. Anyway. Bienvenidos a la canal, to the channel. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Yeah. Friendly Neighborhood Mexicans say today is a great day. I found a paleontology channel. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw it on the list. You were in the right place. Holy moly. It is great to have you here. And you joined at the perfect time. Holy cow. De nada, amigo. Ay, muchas gracias. We will be assembling a full-size baby Triceratops skeleton tomorrow, live on stream. I hope you can join us. It's going to be a ton of fun. I have just finished... Whoop, wrong button. There we go, the last 3D printed parts for this. So we will be assembling this bad boy tomorrow on stream. It is going to be a ton of fun. You are going to be learning not just about the bones of Triceratops and other dinosaurs, but about your own bones as well. Because, believe it or not, we share most of our bones with dinosaurs. It's the same bones, just different shapes and sizes. We'll be talking about why in great detail tomorrow as we assemble this thing. Might even stretch into Wednesday. We'll have to see. But, oh man, I can't wait. It is going to be a ton of fun. And you're going to learn a lot about your own anatomy, about your own body, and what was that great entreaty from Socrates? Was it know thyself?
Oscar JR has gifted
We'll be doing some of that tomorrow. Thank you, Oscar Juniors, for that gift sub. I appreciate that. Thank you, Oscar Juniors. So now you won't have to watch the ads, Friendly Neighborhood Mexican. We'll have an ad-free viewing experience for tomorrow. So tune in around 2 p.m. California time. I might even start earlier than that, around 1 p.m. Probably around 2 p.m. we'll start actually assembling this thing. We'll start with the skull. It'll be fun. And Sun Tzu, I don't think it was Sun Tzu, Dinosaur Dave. Oh no. But yeah. Anyway, it'll be good. It'll be real good. Yeah. And with that said, it is about time for us to wrap up this current stream, isn't it? So, let's go ahead and do that. We'll run our credits here. Don't go away, anybody. We're going to go right into another science channel. Let's see who else is doing some science education live on Twitch right now. And we'll go show them some support. Let's see. No science streams. But we've got... Oh, no. There is science streams. And holy cow, he's got a lot of people watching. Excellent. Let's go raid Balint and Lita. It would help if I would spell it correctly, wouldn't it? We're going to go say hello to Science Streams. 2 more working scientists, publishing scientists here on Twitch. They are doing their very best to do good science outreach. Like, I don't know how they... Balint streams like 7 or 8 or 9 days a week. I don't even know how it's possible. You'll have to ask him about that, chat. And part of his torso is currently gone? What is happening here? Well, you'll have to tune in and see. Anyway, thank you everybody for a wonderful stream today. Thank you for this incredible level of support. We have met our sub goal and exceeded it. Thank you for your contributions financially. Gifters and cheerers and subscribers and gifters. Gifters twice. That's a gift from me, I guess. That's thanks to the gift from... Anyway, it's been a long stream. Thank you, viewers and lurkers and chatters and moderators for helping keep this stream train on its tracks. We're going to go check out Belent at Sciant Streams. I will see you there, everybody. You take care, and I hope to see you tomorrow for our Triceratops assembly stream. Till then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.
Lacing components. We've seen him make these. We've also seen him make boxes, which are really